It is so incredible to see so many friends and partners. Thank you all for being here. My name is Megan Hurdle. I'm the Deputy Secretary for, thank you whoever did that. That was Pedro, wasn't that Pedro? Thank you. Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat at California Natural Resources Agency. I have the privilege of being one of the co-MCs today along with my colleague Jen Eckerly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jen Eckerly. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy for the Resources Agency. I also have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the California Ocean Protection Council, and I'm so happy to be on stage today with Megan and all of you.
So many hats, Jen. You wear so many hats. So we're just going to do a couple quick things before we have an official welcome for the day. We have a jam-packed agenda. You can find it at this QR code. I also promised the museum that I would let you know about some safety information. So if you need to exit the theater, there are exits back here and exits to the front. Also, if you are looking for bathrooms, you're going to go right out the door and to the left side. Also, very important as exits, so please keep those in mind. And with that, we're going to do the official start of the day. So I am very thrilled and honored to welcome up Dr. Stanley Rodriguez. So, yes, round of applause. Dr. Rodriguez is with the Kumeyaay Santa Isabella Band of the Ipai Nation. Dr. Rodriguez, you have so many other honors to your name. Also, you're the president of the Kumeyaay Community College. You've been a council member for your band, and you were appointed by Governor Newsom to the California Native American Heritage Commission. So thank you so much for being here today to help welcome us.
Ausa ipenya mate pe cham stamenya chuvinya makupai wiswanan pele heliko nya bai boyo pe nya matayo makna mamle maral hasil pesho nya mat pesho nya penya mat pesho. So I just wanted to say, well, how many of you understood what I said? Come on, people. I was talking American. Come on. So, well, let me try another way. Bienvenidos a todos. Mi nombre es Stan Rodríguez. Yo soy Kumeyaay de la Reserva Santa Isabel. Y ahorita son muy felices porque nosotros estamos aquí por ese evento. ¿Está bien?
Sí.
How many of you understood that? All right, this is for the rest of you. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stan Rodriguez. I'm from the Ipai Nation of San Isabel, former president of Kumeyaay Community College. Now I am the president of DQ University, tribal university here in California. Some of you know it. All right. And I speak Spanish along with English. Half of my tribe is in Baja. Half of our nation's been cut in half by the international border. Thing that we still have is there's still people who speak the language. And this is important. So when we come here today, we're talking about the ocean, the mountains, the valleys, the desert, which is Kumeyaay territory. We have all these different ecosystems. And it is important, mat pesho, ha'a pesho, all of these to take care of. One thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to welcome fellow tribal members from different nations. It was very common for our people to speak 5 or 6 languages. You still see that in Europe, Africa, Asia, different places. Here it hasn't been. Here it has been a policy of extermination, assimilation, and termination. But with that, when you exterminate a group, you also exterminate the native epistemology, the native science. We have village sites in the Pacific Ocean. We have fish trap sites in the desert. We are no strangers to climate change. And we can all learn from each other. We can all learn from each other. When we talk about diversity, some people talk about breeding an atmosphere of tolerance. And even tolerance is a negativity. I tolerate this inclement weather, or I tolerate the mosquito bite. But when we develop a movement of not tolerance, not acceptance, but celebration of the diversity, because we are all natives from somewhere. And when we grab onto that indigeneity and come together and support each other, we all grow. And remember, we all have a responsibility to our mother, the earth. She takes care of all of us. What affects one part will affect all of us. So the last thing I'm going to say before I shut my snoot is this. May hanapao, pili penya man kamich pili. Oh hayi nye epat. Sepukin ya echa matao maat. Sepukin mayum ya way wuyu pili. Nebula yuhan, ahan, kwahan, unimaha. Yamapesho. And what I said was, Creator of all, your breath brings life into the universe. All that we know and we do not know has come from you. We thank you for this day of life. We thank you for all of us coming together from the 4 directions to teach, to learn, and to support each other. Because we're all here for our mother, the earth. She takes care of us, and we take care of her. Now, the last thing that I want to do before I leave, my mom is in a rest home. She's 90 years old. And she still thinks I'm a janitor. Is anybody in here in the witness protection program? If you are, you might want to change your identity. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for those openers. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all so much for being here today. We had expected and planned for 300 people, and the interest was overwhelming, so we allowed another 200 to join us, and even with that, we had to turn many away. So first, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your patience. We try to accommodate everyone. We've got folks here in the theater, out in the atrium, online. Every one of you is important, and we're so happy that you're here today. We're really privileged that we have the highest number of Indigenous participants here today. This is a breadth of folks from different organizations and places across the state. If we have, I would love to just take a moment to acknowledge our Indigenous partners and any elected officials. So if you could stand up or raise your hand so we can see you and acknowledge you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, and so next it was my privilege to introduce Assemblywoman Tasha Burner. I'm not sure if she is here.
Don't see her yet, but
Okay.
the great news is we also have another wonderful person who's going to welcome us today. And I have to tell you, this person, when I approached her and I was like, what do you think about us hosting 300 of our closest friends at your facility? She didn't run away screaming. Maybe she wishes she did at this point. But Judy Gradwell is the president and CEO of the San Diego Natural History Museum. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage. Thank you so much for allowing us in your beautiful facility today.
Good morning.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. We are delighted to welcome you all here and host this incredibly important partnership summit, bringing together so many people who care about access to and engagement with our California environment and who want to see it persist for the future. Here at the NAT, we are passionate about regional biodiversity, and our mission aligns with 30 by 30 goals, which is one of the reasons why we were so excited to host. We conserve nature through science and diversity. For more than 150 years, we have been helping nature thrive through research, education, and collaboration in our multinational region, which encompasses Southern California in the U.S., the Baja California Peninsula of Mexico, and the sovereign nations of Kumeyaay, Luiseno, Cupeño, and Cahuilla. Today, more than ever, we are focused on exploring how our 9 million specimens can inform conservation. That's why the building looks so big on the outside and a little smaller on the inside. There's a lot of collections upstairs. And how our collections can provide a deep understanding of regional biodiversity and bridge connections with non-scientists of all ages in our community. We need to rally everyone in service of conserving nature in the urban, suburban, and rural spaces of California that we all call home. In one of our panels this afternoon, you'll have a chance to learn more about our connections to the community through a session that explores the role of museums, zoos, and aquaria to create unique moments to cultivate the future 30 by 30 leaders. We are also honored to be hosting a celebration today. Not only have we all reached the halfway point to 2030, but also more than 26% of lands and 21% of coastal waters now meet the state's definition of spaces durably conserved and managed for biodiversity. Protecting and restoring biodiversity is one of 3030's key objectives, and I'd like to take this opportunity just to highlight one of the NAT's recent successes in this area. How many people here know the state amphibian of California? Okay, one or two. The California red-legged frog. It is the largest native frog species in the western U.S. and also the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County. For the literature fans among us. And it's an endangered species due to loss of habitat, invasive species, and water pollution. And here in Southern California, it was extirpated with the last sighting in 1974. Beginning in 2020, as a matter of fact, exactly when everything was closing down for the pandemic, the very day, at the start of 3030, our herpetology department partnered with scientists from USGS, the Mexican government, and the Mexican NGO Fauno to cultivate and translocate egg masses of our missing frogs from a remnant population found in the mountains of northern Baja California to new breeding ponds in Southern California. And we've repeated this process during the breeding season for the past 5 years while maintaining the restoration of both the source ponds in Mexico and the destination ponds. And just this year, our team celebrated the first native red generation at the California restoration sites. It takes patience, research, planning, restoration, and a lot of teamwork, and the team has successfully restored our state amphibian to this part of California. So, of course, the best time to save a species is before it becomes locally extinct, which is just one of the many reasons I'm excited to welcome this group into our museum. We're honored to be part of the gathering and to share our region's biodiversity today and on the field trips tomorrow. Given the current climate at the national level and the financial retreat from conserving our natural resources and addressing climate change, the work being done throughout the state by all of you and watching here and remotely is more important today than ever. And so on behalf of my entire team, we hope the discussions you start at this partnership summit will continue when you return home so that the work of conserving California's land and coastal waters continues to 2030 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is now my privilege and pleasure to introduce Assemblymember Tasha Berner. She represents the 77th District, which includes the entire coastline of San Diego County. She is a fourth-generation San Diego County resident and a champion in the legislature for coastal issues including sea level rise, coastal erosion, blue carbon, and microplastics. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you all doing? It's so great. I walked in and they were like, we had only 300 seats and then we had to add 200 extra. I was walking through the net and I was like, there are a lot of empty seats out there. And they're like, no, we're in the IMAX theater. So welcome to San Diego. On behalf of the entire San Diego legislative delegation, I'm happy to welcome you to San Diego. My name is Tasha Berner. As I was introduced, I represent everything from Carlsbad all the way to downtown San Diego and Coronado. I usually say if it's beautiful in San Diego, it's mine, but we're in Balboa Park, which is not mine. So also beautiful in San Diego. And I have been a champion for the environment. When I decided to run for state assembly in 2017, people asked, you're leaving your family, my daughter was, I think, 6 at the time. Why are you doing this? And I was like, I'm going to save the planet for our children. That's what we're all doing. We save the planet through protecting our coast, through banning microplastic beads, which is a bill I'm going to do, which is banning microplastic beads in cleaning products and cleaning products and rinse-off personal care products. Don't worry, we're going to have safe glitter for you guys. You can all still be glittery and glamoury. I've championed blue carbon in the state, which is allowing, if you're not from California, we have the California Coastal Commission, which is expressly dedicated to protecting the California coast. And they do not have the ability to look at carbon sequestration when they do mitigation projects. So we're saying we have to be able to measure, we have to be able to monitor, we have to be able to do blue carbon banks like they do land banks in the state of California. And it's my 4th year running it, so hopefully it gets through this year. If not, thank you. It's always fought by the Building Industry Association and the realtors, and I keep reminding them that we can't build in lagoons and the ocean. We're not Waterworld. That was a movie. So if it doesn't get through this year, next year I'm bringing in Kevin Costner to be my witness to say this was a movie. This is not what we're doing. I'm also the chair of the Select Committee on Sea Level Rise in the California Economy. I'm really concerned as sea level rises, so does groundwater, and what does that mean for toxic sites and already vulnerable communities? We have to look at that. We have to make sure that we're not polluting more, because when I look around this room, so many of us know that protecting the environment, conserving 30 by 30 is not just a sustainability issue. It's not just addressing climate change. It is a fundamental equity issue in the state of California. So we are championing that. And yes, clap. Because if we think about habitat or ecosystems or mountain lions as just those things, we're forgetting the people who are directly impacted by them. And there's so much good work to be done. I'm so happy to be with you. You know, my 2nd year, I was able, how many of you in the room are surfers? We need more surfers here. But in my first term, I was able to save trestles. There we go. There are my surfers. Trestles is right up here at the San Onofre State Park, and we preserved it in perpetuity from road construction, which protects our ancestral lands, which protects the ecosystems. It's the last natural watershed in Southern California, and we protected it. That's the work that I was able to do in cooperation with our administration and Governor Gavin Newsom. So we have lots of work to do. So great to be with you here today. Have a wonderful day. I obviously have to go. I have a big district. I have to go do big district things. But my daughter and I will be happy to join you at the reception tonight. And please come up to me. Please tell me about what you learned today. Please tell me what you're excited about and how we can partner together, because this is the work we cannot do in the legislature alone. I want to thank Secretary Crowfoot and the Natural Resource Agency for having me here today, and go out, do great work, and let's save the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assembly Member. That was an incredible kickoff. Also, now I think we all need to learn to surf. She's definitely inspired us for that, so really appreciate that. So I want to take a moment and put us in place. This has been a really hard year, right? We have seen attacks on our public lands, on our environmental protections, on science, on our communities. There's been natural disasters, there's war. It is a lot. You're having to show up in a lot of ways, and it's tiring, and I want to recognize that. But to keep doing the fight, we also have to take a moment to recharge, to find joy, to create networks, and to lean into where we can still make progress. 30 by 30 is that place. You have the network here, and we have the people and the commitment to be able to make progress here. So I hope that you can take today to find some joy. There's going to be some surprising and fun and silly things throughout the day. I hope you take a moment to meet people that you don't know, to build some new connections, and to come up with new ideas, because we are going to need them if we are going to reach our ambitious target of 30 by 30, and if we're going to keep up the fight to protect what we have gained so far. And I'd like you to take a moment to look at the person next to you. Look around the room for a second. All of the people that you see here today, as well as the events that you will see throughout the day, are due to the generous 36 sponsors that made today happen. 36 of them. That's incredible. Let's give them a round of applause. This helped us keep our event at $35. It allowed us to give 76 tribal stipends, 76 people that would otherwise not be able to be here, which is amazing. Incredible donation of space, so as you walk throughout the museum and zoo, and many of the special programming that you will see throughout the day came from these sponsors, so massive thanks. Also, it's not just the sponsors who are doing the work and helping us create this big tent today and tomorrow, it's all of you. So I just want to take a moment to give some recognition to just a few of the large coalitions that support the work we do. If you work with Power in Nature or are part of that, can I see a show of hands? And if you're in the atrium, raise your hand as well. And if you're online, you can raise your hand to yourself. Round of applause, Power in Nature, over 100 organizations that work daily. Thank you so much for that. California Biodiversity Network, where's our scientists and supporters? Raise your hand. These folks have charted out what the scientific questions are. They continue to answer questions for us. California Landscape Stewardship Network, tremendous amount of work to make this happen. Anyone in here? I know there's a few of you. Okay, we've got a few up there. Really leaning into a lot of the cutting the green tape work that you'll hear about later today. And of course, I want to give a special shout out to our Partnership Coordinating Committee. Can I see a show of hands? I know some of you are in the crowd. Skip, don't be shy. I see you right there. This committee is appointed by Secretary Crowfoot. These individuals donate their time. They always answer my phone call, which is impressive. And they're really our eyes and ears on the ground. They help us connect across many different sectors, from hunting and fishing, working landscapes, private industry. They're really helping guide the work we do. And a massive thanks to Annie Burke, who's been the co-chair for the last 2 years, helping bring this group together. So we heard a little bit from Judy about 30 by 30, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows that this is really about conserving 30% of our lands and coastal waters so that the plants, animals, places, and systems that support us and support all life on the planet are healthy going forward. We have been committed in California since 2020. We love to point out the fact that we were the first state in the US to make this commitment. Quebec, when did you make the commitment? 2022. So we beat Quebec. Just let's put that on the record. When Governor Newsom issued an executive order. So we are about halfway through it. And we've got some real strong commitments that we're working on this. The first is to really conserve biodiversity. But we also want to do this work in a way that is providing equitable access, getting more people outside, and also addressing climate resilience and mitigation. But whenever I tell someone about 30 by 30 who doesn't know about it, the first thing they ask is, what are the numbers? Well, we've got some impressive numbers to back up the work that we've done. And I'm not going to read all of the figures on this slide, but I did just want to give a shout out to one important one, $10 billion climate bond. Congratulations to the voters of California for passing a $10 billion climate bond. This bond is going to build on the 3 years of investment from the governor and the legislature, and it has resulted since 2022 in 2.5 million more acres counting for 30 by 30. Of that, 80,000 of that is ancestral land return. Amazing. But we have so much more we need to do in that area. But I think if we had gone back a decade ago, 80,000 would have seemed large, but we know we need to do more in this space. So as we look at where we're at from a mapping perspective, this is from our annual report that was published just last month. We are at 26.1% of land, 21.9% of coastal waters. You can scan this QR code and go and make sure that the work you are doing is showing up on this map. If you need help, if you're not showing up here, please do come find us, let us know. We have ways to get your data represented here. To count for 30 by 30, the land needs to be durably conserved and managed for biodiversity. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't important work happening elsewhere that's not durably conserved but is benefiting biodiversity, or land that's protected that isn't purposely for biodiversity. It's all part of the overall picture, but we have a strong definition here in California, and we want to make sure that we're accurately accounting for things. But 30 by 30 at its heart is not about the numbers. It's about the places, it's about the people, and it's about the protections. So let's take a moment to think about some of the big wins this past year. Satitla National Monument. Yeah, we should do a big cheers from that. Led by the Pitt River Nation and many of you in this room, 220,000 acres up in Northern California in the Modoc, Shasta, Trinity, and Klamath Forest. This incredible landscape, unique geology where people train to go to the moon on, also has amazing habitat, important indigenous area, and much of the water that feeds into the Sacramento River, which then feeds our agricultural economy, our houses and our communities, is cleaned by this place. And now it's protected thanks to the efforts of tribes. Anyone know what the next big win is? Chuckwalla National Monument. See if I can get this to advance. Chuckwalla National Monument, not far from here. Those of you who are visiting San Diego, I encourage you to take the 2 hours to drive out there. Go early in the morning because it will be hot. Chuckwalla National Monument, large number of tribes came together to make this one happen. Big round of applause for all of the tribes that led this effort. Almost 800,000 acres south of Joshua Tree. This area is incredibly beautiful, and it has the pathways that have served people and animals since time immemorial. And amazing to see that protected. And additional things have happened across the landscape. You will hear about them in many of the afternoon sessions that we've got. You can go to our annual report and read quite a few of those. But we've got things like easements that have taken place on working landscapes, habitat restoration that is contributing to our climate goals in the Delta, and of course, advancing equitable access in a way that improves safety for people and also for animals. But it's not just the work that we do on the land side. As we like to call it, I think Jen Norris, by the way, coined this, the salty side of 30 by 30. And I'm happy to welcome up my colleague Jen to tell you more about that.
Thank you so much, Megan. See if I can get this thing to work. Hi, everyone. So at the Ocean Protection Council, we really see 30 by 30 in coastal waters as a way to help nature and coastal communities thrive together. And so that means that we're protecting our incredible marine ecosystems and our coastal habitats, but we're also providing equitable access for the millions in California that come to our coast every year to enjoy the beach, to fish, to surf, to dive, and to really feel close to nature. Since the establishment of the 30 by 30 goal, the Ocean Protection Council has been working really closely with tribes, agency partners, conservation organizations, and coastal communities to really chart the course for how we achieve 30 by 30 in coastal waters. We had a pivotal year where we released our roadmap for achieving conservation in coastal waters, which really identified tribal stewarded areas, marine protected areas, and areas that are not formal marine protected areas but are still managed in ways that provide biodiversity benefits. So the roadmap is really building on the pathway to 30 by 30 framework that came out several years ago, and it is informed by expert scientific input, extensive public comment, and tribal consultation. And the roadmap, it really acknowledges the role of these marine protected areas, tribally stewarded areas, and these other areas that are providing biodiversity benefits. It elevates the role of California's 124 marine protected areas that protected places like these kelp forest ecosystems. And we are so proud that just recently, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature acknowledged our marine protected area as the global gold standard for marine conservation by adding it to the green list of conserved and protected places. So our marine protected area covers 16.2% of state waters, and so that is part of the puzzle. But we know that marine protected areas are not the only way to conserve biodiversity in the ocean. This year, we also recognized the new Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary as a 30 by 30 conservation area. This is the first tribally nominated National Marine Sanctuary in the nation's sanctuary network, and it will be formally and collaboratively managed by local Chumash tribes to protect biodiversity and cultural resources. And we know that reconnecting tribes to their ancestral waters and their traditional stewardship practices is absolutely essential for protecting biodiversity in the ocean. Can we get another round of applause for that one? But we know that just designating areas on a map is not the only thing we need to do to protect biodiversity in the ocean. Just last month, the Ocean Protection Council released a $10 million request for proposals for projects that will advance 30 by 30 in coastal waters through action-oriented science, accelerating restoration, and revitalizing tribally led stewardship. I cannot tell you how overwhelmed we were with the amount of interest in this opportunity, and we are so incredibly proud to be able to invest in ecosystems and coastal communities to advance this work. We are not done yet. So we still have 284,000 acres of coastal waters to conserve in the next 5 years. And we're going to do that by continuing to successfully steward our world-renowned network of marine protected areas, to continue to strengthen protections in our federally managed national marine sanctuaries, and to really advance tribally led stewardship in the ocean. We cannot do this alone. We have to do this together. It is a movement, and we are relying on all of you to help us get this done. So with that, we have an additional 4 million acres on land to conserve. As I said, an additional 284,000 acres on coastal waters. So we need you to help us advance the good conservation work, and as Megan mentioned, we need your help making sure that we're getting our accounting correctly. So here is that QR code again. If you want to scan that code, let us know what we're missing. Come talk to us if there's a place you're working to protect that's not being represented on our maps. Just another plug, we are so thrilled and grateful for the incredible amount of funding that through the climate bond. That is a great opportunity to help advance our collective work to protect nature in California. And so this is a movement. We are all going to do this together. And right now, we're going to practice. So you should be receiving little sticky notes and pieces of paper, and pencils, tiny pencils. And we're going to do a little exercise. So I'll give everyone a minute to get those. Okay, so what we want you all to do when you receive your paper and pencil is write down your name, write down your organization or your affiliation, and then write down something that you're hoping to get out of the summit today. Make sure people can read your handwriting. When you are done writing down what you hope to get out of the summit today,
Legibly.
legibly, you're going to crumple up your piece of paper.
Oh, before you do, write your name.
Oh, I already told them that.
Oh, sorry, I was passing out golf pencils. Took all my focus to hand out those little pencils.
Name, organization, what you're hoping to get out of it. Crumple it up in a ball. Then you're going to stand up. We are going to throw these papers into the air, not at someone's head or eyes. And then when they fall to the ground, pick someone else's up.
So try to launch yours. Don't just toss it up to yourself. That's completely cheating.
Great direction. Okay, is everyone ready to stand up?
Does anyone need
and
more time?
throw
Let's
something?
stand up when you're ready. That'll give us
Okay.
the cue.
Yeah. Once you pick up someone else's piece of paper, take a minute to read it quietly to yourself.
Should we count them down to throw it?
Yeah, we're going to count down to throw it, so don't throw yet. Don't throw at us.
Hold your ammunition.
Take a minute to read the hopes that someone else wrote on that piece of paper when you pick it up, and then try to find that person at some point today and talk to them and think about kind of what you're hoping to get out of it and how you can help others. Okay.
Hold on, are our speakers not participating? Okay, great. All right, just checking.
Okay, are we ready? So we're going to go on the count of 3. Everyone's going to throw their paper.
Not at us.
Not on
remember?
2 and not on 2.
That
Okay,
way.
ready? 1, 2, 3,
throw.
throw! Good job!
Excellent throws, everybody. Excellent throws. Now reach down and find a piece of paper that is not yours. And if you pick up yours, rethrow it.
Oh my God, I told.
How are people doing? Did everyone write legibly? I see a lot of people holding the paper really close to their eyes to try to read it. Does anyone else need a paper? There's some loose paper on the ground. Did you get that one?
Do you think Judy is like, oh my gosh, why did we invite them here?
We did not tell the museum we were going to do this. We hope this gave you a moment. Excellent throw. We hope this gave you a moment to reflect both on your intentions for today and to also be aware of what other people are looking to get out of today. And now you have a mission, and that's to find the person that wrote on that piece of paper. So thank you for participating in that with us.
All right. Yes, thank you all so much. And if we can just settle down, it is my pleasure to introduce the Secretary for the California Natural Resources Agency, Wade Crowfoot.
Well, sorry about that. I am so excited to be here in San Diego with all of you in this room, in this building, and online. It's incredible to see your faces and to feel this energy. I know you know that 30 by 30 is a global movement to protect, to conserve, to restore almost a third of our planet this decade. And it's a movement. And the lifeblood of movements are people and leaders. And you are those people and you are those leaders. Today, this annual summit is all about coming together to build our strength, to help each other move further and faster, to draw energy and inspiration from each other, and to continue to go out and do remarkable things. As Megan shared, it was 5 years ago, almost this summer, when Governor Newsom established 30 by 30 as our commitment. And it was a big, bold, audacious target that ultimately the state legislature turned into a state law. And we are making remarkable progress. You heard about some of that progress just now from my colleagues really that are driving that progress. I'll share other big transformational milestones of this year, including the undamming and the freeing of the Klamath River, restoring. Thanks to the steadfastness of tribes that refuse to take no for an answer for 20 years. We are on the verge of opening what is one of the world's largest nature bridges, land overcrossings, just north of Los Angeles, the Wallace-Annenberg Crossing. But I have to say, as exciting as those big, high-profile conservation milestones are, equally exciting are the dozens, actually hundreds of conservation wins that we've achieved across California over the last year. All conservation is local. And the reason why this needs to be a movement is no leader in Washington, D.C. or in Sacramento or at the United Nations is going to look at a map and say, this is where we can serve. This is how we can serve. Local leaders have to be driving this, both in terms of what areas we are protecting and how we are protecting them. And that's the only way we're going to protect more land and then and waters and then ultimately steward those in an effective way. So I couldn't be prouder of what's happening in California, but I also want to share with you the incredible progress happening outside of California. So yesterday, I joined, and our team joined a discussion here in San Diego at Mission Trails Regional Park with leaders from 4 continents, governments that are driving 30 by 30 in their own jurisdictions. And it looks very different in places like Chile or the UK or the Western Cape of South Africa or Massachusetts or Maine, all jurisdictions, Canada, that were participating, but it's remarkable what's happening. Real progress, both in terms of the amount of land and water that we're protecting, but also this paradigm shift that's taking place around the world, fundamentally focused on lifting up indigenous leadership. And it's not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. 80% of our world's biodiversity is under the stewardship of indigenous communities. And we've shifted, and we are on a journey to shift towards recognizing that leadership and following that leadership. And then we also heard really inspiring stories of how leaders across the world are connecting environmental conservation to the needs of people. People and nature have to thrive together, and in fact, they're one. And we need to ensure that our environmental conservation movement is a place where everybody sees themselves. And we understand the public health benefits and the recreational benefits and the economic benefits of actually protecting our ecosystems, our life systems. So it is incredible, and we are doing incredible things. But we also want to be clear about the headwinds that we face. A year ago, we came together in Sacramento, and that was before the outbreak and the worsening of wars across our world. Global economic insecurity that's driving concerns about people just, whether it's in the United States or around the world, putting food on the table for their families. A year ago, we provided our first 30 by 30 Champion Award. One of the recipients was the federal director of the Bureau of Land Management, Tracy Stone Manning, recognizing that the federal government has been a key partner in driving this 30 by 30 movement and actually was driving towards it as a goal. That all changed in January of this year, and we face a very different political reality in this country. And we can't lose hope. We can't be discouraged. We need to move forward. And we need to navigate all of these challenges across the country and the world. And so for our keynote today, I have the honor, and we are very lucky to be joined by Collin O'Mara. Collin serves as, let's give him a hand. You haven't heard from him yet, but you'll clap after you have. Collin serves as the president and CEO of the National Wildlife Federation, which is the country's largest conservation organization focused on conserving wildlife. 52 affiliates across the country, including Save LA Cougars and the California's own Dynamo Beth Pratt, who's an environmental hero of mine, who has been spearheading the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing. Collin has served in this capacity for years, but actually before that served as the Secretary of Natural Resources and Environmental Control in Delaware, in a position like mine. He has made a career of innovating. While he was in charge in this role in Delaware, he created some really interesting initiatives, including this Delaware Bayshore Initiative and Leave No Child Inside in Delaware. So he's been innovative, but he's also been remarkably strategic and collaborative. And now Collin finds himself in the middle of navigating the complexity of Washington, D.C. How do we continue to drive forward the conservation movement in America with shifting national politics that in many respects could be perceived as very hostile to the goals that we're driving forward. He has been on the front lines. He's been testifying in Capitol Hill this year in an effort to protect public lands successfully from being sold off in recent congressional decisions, but then also ongoing fights to save the Land and Water Conservation Fund for the purposes of conservation in the country. So at this important moment, at this challenging moment, we thought it was really important to hear from one of our national environmental leaders around how we build and continue to build the big tent of conservation so we can continue to move forward at this moment and that our progress can be durable over time, regardless of the shifting political winds. So it's my honor to welcome Collin to the stage.
It is an honor to be with all of you. And when Wade's team made the invitation, I kind of jumped at it because I often joke that the being outside of Washington is always a better day. It's particularly true right now. And obviously the challenges they're facing as a city as we speak are monumental. And it's funny, there's like a weight that lifts when you're flying to California. I had the privilege of working in California for a few years after grad school for the mayor of San Jose. Any San Jose residents here? Any Santa Clara folks? Oh, fantastic. And that's actually when I first met Wade. We both had less gray hair, and we were both kind of kids working for then Mayor Newsom and then Mayor Reed in San Jose. And California is where America goes to invent the future, right? It's not just technology, it's innovation, it's policy, and it's increasingly conservation. And at a time when I thought we were going to be kind of pushing the boundaries of restoration and resilience and biodiversity crisis, all of a sudden now not having public land sold off is a victory, right? Not having the Land and Water Conservation Fund diverted for maintenance or not spent at all is a victory, right? And so the landscape has shifted in a major way. And I'm going to get back to some of the politics a little bit later in my remarks. But the case I want to make for all of you today is that I would argue that 30 by 30 is not a conservation or environmental initiative. And what I mean by that is that there's still this kind of Walden-esque kind of concept of nature being a nicety. It's a place you go to regenerate. It's a place you go to look at pretty things, maybe do some birding or some duck hunting or other types of activities. I'm going to argue in this current reality, it's a necessity. And the story I want to start with, when I was Secretary of Natural Resources in Delaware, Hurricane Sandy pounded the state. And we had spent the previous 3 or 4 years scraping together every dollar we could find. This is after, so that was 2012. I came into that position in 2009 at the depths of the Great Recession. Finding every dollar that we could have to do massive amounts of natural infrastructure restoration, natural defenses, coastal restoration, to try to make ourselves more resilient and less vulnerable to kind of the storms that we were seeing with greater frequency. And we were more thinking about like sea level rise and the heavy rains and things like that. We weren't thinking about a huge, powerful storm. But so we spent years, every dollar we could find from the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, NACA, every dollar we could find from Pittman-Robertson, every dollar we could find from the state's bond bill, every dollar we could find from LWCF, building up our coastal wetlands, building up our dune systems, working with the Army Corps, trying to do things in ecologically smart ways. Flash forward 3 years, and we had restored, in Delaware, these are big numbers, but 30,000 acres, 40,000 acres of tidal coastal wetlands have been restored around some of our communities along the bay and some of the communities along the Delaware beaches. Now, we're only about at 1.6 million acres total, so your goals for the next 4 years are bigger than my entire state. So there's obviously a scale difference. But when the storm hit, the question was, would those systems hold? Right? Would they protect the communities next to them? And all the duck hunters that were involved, and the Lenape tribe, which is still fighting for federal recognition 100 years later, was the intellectual kind of brains behind this whole operation. All the ornithological societies, everyone's kind of involved in protecting these lands for different reasons, but it was primarily a conservation effort with a little bit of resilience built in. In contrast, our friends on the New Jersey side had primarily focused on engineered solutions. A lot of seawalls, a lot of riprap, a lot of culverts, a lot of kind of drainage basins, trying to manage their flooding. So when the storm hits, the track of Hurricane Sandy comes up the East Coast and then sits at the mouth of the Delaware Bay. And so this is kind of the area. It's kind of the area between Jersey and Delaware, kind of just north of D.C., just south of New York, and it sits there for a couple days, multiple high tide cycles. and just pounds us, right? Just cycle after cycle after cycle. Goes on for 36 hours. And the amount of water, I mean, we were worried about the storm surge, and I'm thinking about like kind of the ongoing flooding effects with the kind of raised level. And this is just one image of some of the devastation. This is on the Jersey side, because the Delaware side didn't look this bad. But the question was, you know, we had spent all this time, right, restoring these wetlands, trying to make this case, all the living shoreline work, and you know, and all the different types of natural infrastructure investments. Would they hold? And what we found is that the seawalls broke. The natural the man-made barriers crumbled, but the natural systems kind of actually absorbed the water. I mean, the average wetland that we can conserve in this country can hold between 300,000 and 1 million gallons of water. And all of a sudden, so we were going to clean up, and I had one of the mayors come up to me, a guy named Ron Hunsucker from Bowers Beach, which is a small little community. And he's like, and I said, how bad's the damage? What are you thinking? We just done the flyover and the helicopter and all that. And he said, no, he said the wetland saved us. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, look, we don't have the flooding that I'm hearing from everybody else. We have some, we have damage, we have water damage. Obviously, the rains were heavy. We had some, you know, things were blown off and kind of different damage from the wind speeds, which at that point in the storm track were about 70, 80 miles an hour. But we haven't had the same level of damage. And this is the guy that, you know, occasionally goes out on his boat, maybe fishes once in a while, recreationally, not a big, you know, duck hunter, not a big birder or anything like that. And what I found in the conversations is that all these folks that valued these incredible resources that have protected them, all of a sudden now we're thinking about how do we do more of this, right? All of a sudden it wasn't just the members of the conservation organizations, the environmental groups, the hunting groups, the tribal leadership, but it's just regular folks saying, look, like I couldn't tell, you know, a red knot from a dowitcher, but I do care. Sorry, that's only a birding joke if it makes any sense. If you're an East Coast birder, because it doesn't really work in this on the West Coast. Amazing bird, kind of, anyways. There's a beautiful migration, there's horseshoe crabs, it's an incredible thing. But they could care less about like the gull-billed terns that we were trying to save, the saltmarsh sparrows, the work we were doing with avocets and different coastal species. But they cared about the resource, right? They cared about how the fact that these resources protected them. And so all of a sudden, I had that aha moment where it's like, I don't just need to organize within the conservation community to try to elevate these things. Regular folks, if we can show the value, if we can show this is a necessity for them to be able to keep their family safe, keep their property safe, keep their life savings intact in some cases, all of a sudden that coalition gets a lot bigger. And so my challenge to all of you today is to think about how we broaden the tent. Because at a time when the federal protections around the FEMA, around kind of proactive investments in resilience, kind of proactive investments in land and water conservation, proactive investments in resilience, are being threatened on a daily basis, us making the case to a much broader audience that nature is a necessity and not just a nicety creates a huge opportunity. My staff has heard me say this till I'm like blue in the face, but like I firmly believe that when we save wildlife, we save ourselves. And like what's good for wildlife is good for people. You know. And I would argue that, you know, many of the biggest challenges we face as a society right now, things like healthcare, things like the education crisis, things like climate displaced migration, things like, you know, kind of economic instability and kind of challenges in the food system, all relate to our disconnect from nature over many years, right? Folks that spend time in nature are healthier, right? They're happier, they have less mental health challenges, they have less physical challenges, whether it's pulmonary or respiratory. You know, there are obviously kind of connections. The folks that care about that, right, need to be part of this movement. The folks that want local jobs, folks that are concerned about, you know, not having the opportunity to make sure that, you know, their kids are in great futures and, you know, because of AI or different kind of changes in the economy. There are huge opportunities in the restoration economy. There are huge opportunities in kind of a more resilient future. And that's before you get to clean energy and all the things California is leading on. If you care about like climate, you know, kind of displacement of people and massive migration, you know, having more resilient communities where folks can stay where they want to be and where they live, where they love, you know, it creates a huge opportunity, right, to kind of make sure that folks don't have to migrate from, you know, New Orleans all the way into Texas, right, that they can stay in places that they know and they love, they have that heritage. And so that's a very different conversation than recreation, biodiversity. It's just a broader universe. And look, I mean, I can talk till I'm blue in the face about, you know, the 1/3 of wildlife species that are in trouble right now. I've been leading this bill called the Recovering America's Wildlife Act for years now, trying to get the state wildlife action plans and the state wildlife agencies fully funded to focus on the full diversity of wildlife and not just on the species we hunt and fish. And that's a piece of it. I need your help on that. So any help would be helpful. Senator Padilla and Senator Schiff have been great on it for a long time. But that's not enough, right? And the two examples I wanted to share with you in Washington of how I've seen the kind of this change in thinking to have a much broader tent. So it's not just preaching to the converted, but it's actually thinking about different folks that are different equities. One was around the Great American Outdoors Act, and the second was around the recent public lands fights. And they're very different fights for different reasons. But the reason that when the Great American Outdoors Act, I would argue kind of the brightest spot of the Trump administration on the conservation side, did two things. It fully and permanently dedicated $900 million a year for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Right? You know, and President Trump, with his seismograph signature, right, is the signature on that bill, right? And then the public lands fight that just happened, which I'll get back to in a second. The interesting thing about the Land and Water Conservation Fund fight is that you had groups that don't agree on anything, right? Folks that are more focused on, you know, voluntary collaborative efforts, folks that are interested in more regulatory solutions, folks that are more there for resilience, folks that are there for local parks, folks that were there for biodiversity reasons, folks that were there for just health and kids and making sure more folks are outdoors. You had obviously incredible tribal leadership across the country trying to get land back, trying to make sure that land is given back in the way that it should have been many years ago. And all of a sudden you have this massive coalition, right, that kind of transcends party, transcends, you know, kind of region, transcends different interests coming together. And this has been built over many, many years. I mean, this is a 30-year campaign that kind of comes to a head. But in that moment, because of some great work on the ground, one of the top issues in a Senate kind of general election in the state of Montana and a Senate general election in the state of Colorado was kind of public lands and LWCF. And there's great philanthropy that went into this, kind of set up this condition. But you had a meeting in the Oval Office with Cory Gardner, who's a former senator from Colorado, and Steve Daines, who's a current senior senator from Montana. When President Trump asked him, what's the one thing I can do to help your election? They said, fully fund LWCF, pass the Great American Outdoors Act. And it was a kind of a remarkable thing, right? And this doesn't come because of, you know, just kind of conservation ethics of the individuals. It was a mass movement across many, many years that had lifted folks up, in many cases led by the hunters and anglers and kind of public land users in those states. But it created this really, really kind of compelling environment. Then all of a sudden Trump sends out a tweet, everybody falls in line, this thing's on his desk in 5 months. And it's kind of a remarkable, you know, kind of how that works on that side right now. But it's for good or for bad. We're working on a couple good things right now on that front. But it was kind of a remarkable thing. The other part of the bill was this massive investment in the maintenance backlog of our national parks. And there's a little bit of money for the wildlife refuges, for the Forest Service, for the BLM lands, for the Bureau of Indian Education. We need to do better on those ones this time around. But all of a sudden now this coalition, right, gets together, and it's not seen as partisan. It wasn't seen as a wedge issue. It wasn't seen like the Democrats didn't block it because they wanted the issue in the fall. The Republicans didn't you know, kind of demagogue on it, but not, you know, try to beat Democrats with it. It was one of these things that kind of came together in this kind of huge way in August of 2020. You know, flash forward to just 4 weeks ago, in the reconciliation package, and obviously there's a lot of horrific stuff in that bill. But you know, one of the most poisoned elements of it was this proposal to sell off, you know, 2 to 3 million acres of public lands, which we haven't seen a frontal assault like that in many years. There's been different attempts in different ways, but to do it in a bill that only requires, you know, simple majority, 51 votes in the Senate, not to get too technical, right? But doesn't require 60, didn't require any Democrats, you know, simple majority in the House. You know, it's in the base bill. The chairman of the committee is the one promoting it in the Senate. You had, you know, the House. You had House leadership, House member, kind of leaders in the House like Ryan Zinke, who used to be Secretary of Interior, who had some battles with the day, but now he's one of our closest allies. Basically trying to figure out how to get this thing out, right? But the coalition that was built spanned the entire spectrum, right? It went from the most conservative, you know, hunting groups, like the Meat Eater podcast, like Steve Vernell and those guys, Ryan Callahan. I mean, just amazing work by the kind of the luminaries, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Congressional Sportsman Foundation, the Wild Sheep Foundation, Ducks Unlimited. I mean, all the groups, this kind of unified front of all the sportsman groups. Same thing with all the fishing groups. And you had all the green groups, you had incredible tribal leadership, you had the mayors, you had the governors, you had all these things. And it all converges in a series of events across the West. But the reason that proposal failed, the reason that it had to get stripped out of the bill, was because folks on the ground showed up, not virtually online, not with like tweets on, you know, on Twitter or truths on Truth Social or whatever, but because they showed up in person. You know, my favorite story of the event, there was a huge rally in Cheyenne. The Wyoming Wildlife Federation, a bunch of groups on the ground held this rally in the steps of the Capitol in Cheyenne. in Wyoming, they had more than 650 people show up, which in Wyoming is a huge deal. And it's like basically this room, but but so the guy that runs public lands for me, a guy named David Williams, who's absolutely brilliant. He used to work for Matt Mead, who was a kind of a good conservation-minded Republican. He said like, this was the first kind of rally that they had, right? Kind of for this kind of activity. And so they had this huge rally, big turnout, lots of folks. The next day in D.C., there's a conversation in the Senate dining room among a handful of senators. So there's Jim Risch and Mike Crapo, who are senators from Idaho. You got John Barrasso from Wyoming. Tom Cotton was there, who's the head of the study group from Arkansas. And they're trying to figure out, how do you get this provision taken out? Right? And the Montana guys were there too. Steve Daines and Tim Sheehy were there. And John Barrasso, and God bless him, he said, he goes, they're marching in Cheyenne. He's like, we're from Wyoming, we don't march. But all of a sudden, right, there was this big pushback, and the same thing happened. I could tell you stories about Twin Falls and about Boise. I could tell you the same thing about some of the great work in Montana and some other states. But folks across differences, folks that don't agree on anything, folks that definitely voted differently in elections, but also would argue over pretty much everything else, folks that get their news from different sources, came together in common cause to defend our public lands. Now, the challenge we have, right, is that just kept us at zero, right? So we didn't lose anything. We didn't gain anything. We didn't get closer to 30 by 30. We didn't get closer to these different things. But all of a sudden now, this massive coalition comes together to defeat the proposal. Mike Lee has to withdraw it completely. We didn't even need the vote. He had to kind of pull back. I mean, Johnny Morris from Bass Pro Shops, just amazing work advocating in this. We had a whole bunch of folks that have access to Mar-a-Lago that are doing their pieces as well. But it's one of those examples of the love of nature, the love of place, all of a sudden united people to have a great outcome. And this is a thought I want to leave you, one of the thoughts I want to leave you with today. So in addition to this idea of like when we save wildlife, we save ourselves, there's a patriotism of loving place. And I think what you got right under Secretary Crowfoot and Governor Newsom's leadership here is that you didn't make it just about lines on a map. Like you actually, the fact that the durability and the ecological functionality and the biodiversity pieces are ingrained in the way you're going about 3030 is a little different than the way some other folks have approached it, right? Where it's more about like designations and kind of looking at, how do we kind of show the right maps. The functionality that you're creating and the partnerships that you're engaging in on the ground make it more durable. Regardless of what happens in the next gubernatorial election here, I can't imagine any of the candidates, Republican or Democrat, trying to rip this down because you've done it through collaborative, kind of mostly voluntary, kind of non-regulatory tools. And so that's a different framework than we often see in DC. And at a time when some of the federal tools are going to be, at risk. And right now, I think we've convinced Secretary Burgum not to divert the federal side of the Land and Water Conservation Fund to be used for maintenance, because there's other programs that we can do for maintenance. There's not going to be a lot more help coming. And so, we were proud last year when the coalition was putting together the bond measure for the climate bond last year. They polled a lot of different groups, and the two groups that polled pretty well were the firefighters and the National Wildlife Federation. So we were pretty glad to be in the little booklets that you all get here. But that sign of leadership, right, that's not just coming from the legislature, not just coming from the secretary, not just coming from the governor, but it's coming from an overwhelming vote of almost 60% of the entire population, right, makes it more durable than in a lot of places. And so I think my message is like, don't write anybody off, right? Think about folks that benefit from this from resilience or from health or from economic reasons or from other purposes. The tribal representation in this room is incredible, and the tribal leadership, and I think Chuck Walla and the sanctuary and others, are the model for where we're headed, and the support and the leadership of tribes and actually making it authentic. There's so much tokenization and extractive kind of interactions between like green groups and tribes. But in California, I think there's an authenticity that can always improve, but it's obviously better than almost anywhere else. But meet people where they are, right? Like everyone should want to be part of this coalition because it's better for them and their family. And I'll leave you with this one last story. So when the Flint water crisis happened, and we were trying to figure out how to fund the lead pipes, the chairman of the committee that we needed to authorize the money in D.C. was Jim Inhofe, a former senator from Oklahoma. He's the one that famously brought the snowball onto the floor of the Capitol in D.C. and basically said climate change can't be real, otherwise I couldn't be holding this snowball. It's a fun day. Proud moment. But so we bring the mayor in, bring some folks in to meet with them and say, look, it's December, the year's ending. We're trying to figure out how to get this money for $200 million to the community. And the mayor tells a story about the lead lines, the impacts having on kids, the impacts on kind of mercury being lead being having the impacts on brain development. And the senator sat back in his chair and thought for a second. He's like, okay. And the mayor's like, okay, what? And he's like, we'll do it. And she's like, just like that. She's like, yeah, they're all God's children. Like, if it was my kids, I wouldn't want their brains to be screwed up. And look, this is one of the most conservative guys. He was a punchline for environmentalists for years. And obviously fought on climate science and oil and gas stuff and everything else. But in that moment, because no one was written off, because the case was made in a way that was compelling to him, all of a sudden, lead lines are still taking too long, but lead lines are replaced in most of Flint, Michigan. And so my point is that right now in this era of like massive polarization, it's going to be easy to say, like, look, folks in a certain part of the spectrum, folks that get their news from certain places, folks that vote for certain people, we just can't get to them. 30 by 30 can be a great connector. It's one of those ways, if you make it about place and not about maps, if you make it about resilience and health and recreation and economic opportunity, it's an opportunity to bring people together at a scale that frankly very few other nations have. And look, I mean, the fact that you are already at 26 by 25 and only have a few more, not a few more, but only a Delaware's worth of land left to protect. You can lead the world, and look, and you hear it all the time. But so goes California, so goes not just the country, so goes the world. And I think the difference here, and the reason I was so excited when Wade offered the opportunity to join you all, is that if you can do it here, I can make the case everywhere. Right? All of a sudden, it's like, well, if they can do it in the nation state of California, right, with their massive, country the size of Japan, like, we can do it in the states on the East Coast. We can do it in other places. It's going to look different everywhere. But these principles that you've identified, and this idea of kind of sustain, strengthen, and succeed, this idea of taking what we have, taking to the next level. I am so grateful for those of you that are working on restoration of these resources. I think one of my challenges on the federal level is that, like, just because something's BLM or forest land doesn't mean it has a great ecological value. Unless you restore it, it's not going to make it better for biodiversity. We'll just protect the status quo and not get to where we need to be. And the fact that equity is in the middle of everything you do. Look, I needed inspiration. I feel like I got enough in the first 45 minutes. but I just want to thank you for all that you do. Like, I think the world of Wade. Wade is one of my absolute heroes. And, and the support.
Thanks.
And the support that he provides, and the national leadership he provides, the international leadership provides, and kind of willing to stand up to the president occasionally as needed, is incredible. We've been blessed to have one of our top leaders in the Federation family leading the wildlife crossing for a long time, Beth Pratt, who just does an amazing job. And I think that's a good example, right? Like, how do you get folks to care about, P22 as much as they care about almost anything else, to the point where it becomes a rallying cry, not just across the city of Los Angeles and Agora Hills and all in Thousand Oaks, but actually becomes a symbol of hope for the world, right? And this massive, and again, if we can build a crossing across the 101, we can definitely figure out how to do it across the 20 or the 30 or whatever, some of the smaller highways in other parts of the country. You become the model that become the not theoretical kind of opportunities, but the tangible leadership opportunities that we can scale and replicate all across the country. I'm so grateful to be here. Keep doing what you're doing, but again, think of nature as a necessity. It's not a nicety, because we all know in this room that when we save wildlife, we save ourselves, and if we do it together, the movement we're going to make across the world is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much for having me today.
Incredible. Thank you, Collin, for all you're doing. We have just about 5 minutes, so I wanted to ask you a follow-up question, but I first wanted to make a point. To me, when you come to these day-long summits, there's a lot of information, but I always think about a handful of takeaways that I'm going to take away, and that's going to inform what I do. One key takeaway from your talk is that I think that I would offer to everybody is build your tent. It doesn't mean that you have to get involved in the congressional politics. It doesn't mean that you have to focus on the federal government, but build the support for the work that you do. The easiest thing to do in our jobs is talk to the people who already support our work. And sometimes that's the safest, most comfortable place. But for your work to be durable, you need your city council, your county board, your legislator to understand the importance of this work, regardless of if they consider themselves an environmentalist. To your point, Collin, you need to connect the dots on why it's important to the communities that they represent. Because Collin's right, there is a governor's election in next year, and people like me have a shelf life of about 18 months. And I'm going to continue to find ways to work on 30 by 30 But we need this movement to be durable in California and beyond, and we do that by building it. So it's great that there are 500 people here today, but we want to aspire in 5 years to a summit with 5,000 people, with many more people. So thank you for really helping us understand the value of that. I wanted to ask just a brass tacks question. The fact is, we're navigating this federal dynamic here for the next several years. What can we do to be helpful in California as leaders and experts like you sort of navigate the sausage making that is DC?
Yeah, I mean, it's the nicest description adjective about DC I've heard in a while. Look, I mean, the best thing is to show tangible progress on the ground. And I'll give you probably the best example I can think of, and it's actually water. I probably should have talked a little bit more about water in my remarks. But the efforts to conserve headwaters and restore headwaters as a primary way to reduce the impacts of drought, to reduce, and you're doing incredible work here. The beaver restoration projects, all the different work. Having that work kind of show demonstrable improvements, so we're not just having conversations about cloud seeding and some of kind of the things that we're seeing kind of pop up in DC. Allows us to change the conversation. The fact that a lot of that work is happening in some of the conservative districts, at least currently represented by Republicans. I'm a C3. But I think it's showing the tangible progress on the ground. And so, look, I mean, the fights around the Colorado, the fights around, around the Sacramento. I mean, I just think the more that we can show that restoration is the solution to some of that stuff, it allows us to make the case that it's not an environmental thing, right? It's not a it's not a Green New Deal thing. It's not it's not something that's part of like the culture wars that they've created, but it's just smart politics. And I think part of it too is showing not just how the things that happen in the Natural Resource Agency, but showing how you're kind of influencing the work of the Transportation Agency and how and the coastal. I mean, and thinking I would love to see conservation become more bulletproof in the budget because folks see it as a safety issue and a health issue as much as they see it as a conservation or biodiversity issue. You can model that.
It's so true. And you gave great national examples, and I want to give a state example. In that whole discussion about the sell-off of public lands, there were groups that are part of this 30 by 30 coalition represented on the leadership committee that organized those in-person discussions with legislators in California. Very conservative, strongly supportive of President Trump, who surprised everybody by coming out on the floor and actually using their time in front of the Congress to argue against the public land sell-off. That blew me away when somebody forwarded that to me. That is what is possible. We have a winning issue in conservation. We just have to connect the dots.
Yeah, and look, and I think I'm a big proponent of like state-based organizations, local organizations, because they can deliver people. Right? I mean, like we're past the point where like all the emails, even the calls in some cases that get fielded by some intern and maybe wind up on a call sheet that's got like a checklist. Those in-person interactions, like Congressman LaMalfa got questions on this the other day in his district. I think there's a power to that. So I would just encourage us to think about how do we show up with people in real ways, and I think that's why it worked, because they were hearing it not filtered through staff, not filtered through lobbyists, but directly saying, hey, I voted for you and I care about this. And that's a very different message delivered in person like this than it is if you see some tweet that goes into the ether. So,
well, huge thanks for being here. Huge thanks for all you are doing.
Appreciate it, man.
All right. Well, one benefit of coming together as we do every year is to really talent scout across the globe for people that can come to this discussion and teach us and share their experiences and insight in ways that actually help us each in everything that we're doing improve and expand our impact. So this panel is all about bringing in 3 broad perspectives from connecting to California but outside of California. We are thrilled to be joined by these 3 panelists. We're going to jump right into it. Hopefully you know who I am because I just talked. So I'm not going to introduce myself, but I'm Wade Crowfoot. I lead the Natural Resources Agency. I'm going to introduce you each individually. So we are thrilled and honored to be joined by Val Courtois here today. Val is the founding executive director of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative in what we know as Canada. And what you may not know is big things have been happening in Canada and are happening in Canada thanks to Indigenous leadership. And these are And we've been paying attention. We've been traveling to Canada to learn about what's happening. And I'm really excited for you to learn about what Val's organization and so many First Nations are actually getting done north of our border. So Val, if you would, a lot of us have our noses to the grindstone here in California. We may not know all that you and colleagues are driving in Canada. Give us a sense of what's happening, what's happened, what's happening, and what needs to happen on this broad movement.
Had to wait for the green light. Hi, everyone. Ninu Panani, Mastuiashnuchin Kimak Hajit, Uchimau Indigenous Leadership Initiative. It's a tradition of ours to introduce ourselves in our language. We want to thrive, we wanted to live, we wanted to learn. I won't test you on what I said, but essentially, interestingly enough, there's no V's, L's, or R's in our language, so I don't know what my mom was thinking. But my name in Inuimun is Panani, but it's also Atikisquo, which means caribou woman. And I happen to live in a beautiful part of the country, which we call Ntasinan, also known as the land of the humans, now known as the Quebec-Labrador Peninsula. And I have the privilege of working with 634 communities across the country, 51 Inuit communities and countless Métis communities. And what we're seeing in what is now known as Canada is a genuine effort of nation building amongst First Nations. And that effort is happening through the lens of conservation and stewardship. In fact, every single one of our land rights efforts by nations, from our land claims to all of our kind of versions of land back, have revolved around environmental issues. Whether we take the very first modern land claim, which was signed by the Cree Nation of BiodiverCITY and the Inuit people of Nunavik, as well as the Naskapi and Kawawachkamak, revolved around what was then the largest hydro project in the world. The same is true right across the country. And what we've seen in Canada is that in the last 20 years, over 90% of protected areas that have been established have been led or co-led by Indigenous peoples, and that's not an accident. And luckily, our country has recognized the fact that if they're going to achieve 30 by 30, and not just 30 by 30, but all of the targets within the Convention on Biodiversity framework, it will be with the leadership of Indigenous peoples in Canada. And that is not only an environmental, climate kind of stewardship movement, it is genuinely a nationhood rebuilding of peoples movement. And that's what really has me excited. We've also spearheaded the creation of the only national Indigenous Guardians network in the world, and you just saw a video about our campaign called Land Needs Guardians. Please sign up, landneedsguardians.ca, and show your support. And those are incredible stewards, and I'll be able to say a little bit more about that later on in the conversation. And we're really excited about having that opportunity, but also hopefully being a beacon of hope for other Indigenous peoples around the world. We're very aware of our privilege of being in a wealthy, well-governed country. And thank you, United States, for that. And that means that if anybody should be getting it right, it is us. And I hope that the way that we're working together and showing that, in fact, the country of Canada will be stronger when we have deep, meaningful relationships and recognition of the fact that the country is built on all of these Indigenous lands and Indigenous peoples, and that when Jacques Cartier and other explorers found the country of Canada, sort of, they found a land of abundance. That's not an accident. And I had the privilege of visiting around a little bit, spending time looking at your bay and being in the park yesterday, and I see abundance here too, and I know that that's not an accident. And so I'm really thrilled to be here with you and to tell a little bit of our story, and I hope that what we've been able to achieve is just the beginning of what is going to be able to be achieved right around the world in recognizing the importance of leadership by Indigenous peoples.
That's incredible. And And we talk about this paradigm shift that we're making, redressing historic wrongs, 175 years in the making in California, and then really listening and learning from tribal leaders, indigenous leaders, and we need strong models. And you're providing those in Canada. So I want to follow up with you in a little bit about the Guardians program, which is gaining momentum, that kind of model even in California. But let's next go to Ezequiel Escorra. Professor Escorra is a distinguished professor of ecology at the University of California, Riverside. You are a publisher of over 300 papers. You're a scientific expert on deserts and coastal ecosystems, but as I understand it, you're not an ivory tower academic. You have been rolling up your sleeves. You're active as a leader in the international treaty to protect animals. You do a lot of work with the nation of Mexico, and you actually chair an important center at the University of California, the Institute for Mexico and the United States. So Professor, huge thanks for being here, and I'm interested to get your insight in terms of your distinguished career and what it can teach us on this movement.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. This is such an exciting meeting, as a matter of fact, and the fact that the state of California is taking so seriously the commitments in front of the Convention of Biological Diversity, I think it's really encouraging, and it's a very, very important example for the world, as a matter of fact. I'll start with a little confession, which shows how old I really am. I came to the borderlands. I was a researcher at the Natural History Museum in Mexico City. I came to the Mexico-US borderlands in the year 1978 for the first time. At that time, we had the First Earth Summit, the Stockholm Summit, 1974 in Stockholm. And there was the United Nations environmental program had been created, and there was a big excitement about the tropical rainforest. Everybody wanted to do tropical ecology. And I came to the borderlands and I thought, I don't want to do tropical ecology, which I did anyway against my will, but that's a different story. I said, I want to be a desert ecologist. These are amazing places. These are really extraordinary places. And since then, it has been the borderlands. I've been working in this region for almost 50 years now, and trying to understand the commitments and the plights of the region. When I came, and this is the reason why I started with this self-introduction, one of the things that amazed me was the long history of intellectual and academic collaboration that existed, I would say, almost under the table between two states, California and Arizona, and the country of Mexico, and particularly the peninsula of Baja California. Starting from Carl Lumpels, a Norwegian that was invited by the Desert Laboratory at Tumamoc Hill in Tucson that rode the Sierra Madre all the way from Tucson to southern Mexico and wrote the most monumental ethnographic book, as anthropologists say, ever written, as a matter of fact, to a lot of people here at this museum that I met at that time, like Amadeo Rea, the ornithologist, also amazing ethnobiologist, or Reed Moran, the botanist here that was doing extraordinary work on the islands of the Pacific and the islands of the Gulf of California, to people in Tucson like Gary Nabhan, probably the best nature writer alive today. At that time he was a PhD student, a very shy PhD student in Arizona. But there was a vibrant cooperation without any patronizing that it really impressed me. I was treated with immense respect, being a researcher from Mexico City, and we started a number of collaborative works. At that time, there was almost no protected areas in Mexico, in the north. And if we look back now, and this is the point I want to make, thanks to those binational collaborations, now a whopping 36% of the Baja California Peninsula is protected. Talk about 30-30. They already have protected 36%. And When I came here in 1978, that number was 0. Absolutely nothing. The islands of the Gulf of California, thanks to the work of people from Cal Academy and UCLA, and especially this museum, were created. Not only they are, to my knowledge, the best preserved archipelago in the world, much better preserved than any archipelago in the Antarctic Ocean or the most faraway parts of the world. And that is basically because a lot of people with determination decided that it was important to highlight the importance of these areas and to protect them, including the most unlikely people like Charles Lindbergh, for some reason, visited the islands and decided to go to Mexico City and preach on the president the need to protect these islands. But thanks to that, 7 years ago, UNESCO declared the islands of the Gulf of California a World Heritage Site.
Wow.
And they are now some of the best protected environments in the world. So I think I'll end here. I just want to highlight one important aspect that has been supported by this museum, also by Tumamoc Hill, and by now the Arizona Sonora and Desert Museum, who also works like that. These institutions in Southern California have consistently ignored the border in ecological terms. They have decided we're part of a greater region. We have shared ecosystems, and there's no way we're going to preserve our common natural wealth if we don't do it jointly. And thanks to that effort that has lasted for almost half a century now by a lot of people working together, we have now some of the best research institutes in Mexico working in nature conservation and ecological issues. We have an incredible understanding of the impact of climate change in our region that is growing every day. And we're actually preparing ourselves to cope with all the changes that lie ahead of us and to sort of bring to the region what I've been calling many times a geography of hope, an understanding of the region that will allow us to cope with sometimes a scary and changing future. Thank you.
That's incredible. I take two inspiring points, at least, from what you said. One is the reminder in explaining the arc of conservation along the borderlands of just that every place that we protect and every place that is protected in the places we live is the result of a lot of hard work and vision. That, whether it's the archipelago on the peninsula or places as iconic as Yosemite or Joshua Tree, it was people like those in this room that came together to protect those places. And so my take is, let's be the people that protect those places that can be taken for granted in a generation or two. The other point is, I heard, in your academic collaboration, that you weren't waiting for the permission of governments, that you weren't waiting to be led, but that you were actually doing that research and building those connections to conserve those places. I think sometimes 30 by 30 can feel a little governmenty, speaking from government myself. But ultimately, whether it's scientists or academics or conservation organizations, oftentimes these campaigns and these efforts are ultimately led and they succeed as a result of those in academia, those with the scientific expertise. So I think that's a really, really important point to take. I want to shift gears and I'll make a confession, which is doing work in California. It's a big place. We get a lot of attention. Sometimes that causes us to be myopic and to focus on what's happening in California and to even delude ourselves in the fact that we're leading in all respects in this area. And the humbling experience for me has actually been times that I've spent outside of California learning other jurisdictions who are leading the way, who have a lot to teach us. And one of those other governments is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Last April, I had the opportunity to travel to Rome with Governor Newsom when Pope Francis called an international convening on the climate crisis. And Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey led an incredible delegation from Massachusetts. And I spent a few days really blown away by what Massachusetts is doing on climate action, but also increasingly on forestry, on forest carbon, on nature. So one thing I'm really excited about this year is we have some key leaders from Massachusetts, including Commissioner Tom O'Shea. Tom serves as the commissioner for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Tom, you are doing a lot of the similar work from a totally different place on a different coast. I want to understand from you just how you all are tackling biodiversity in Massachusetts and connecting it to these other environmental priorities that you have.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Crowfoot. And I just have to say, on behalf of Massachusetts, we are so honored to be here in California with all of you. And I want to just point out, I'm joined by my colleagues, Climate Chief Melissa Hoffer, who's our first climate chief, and I think the first in the nation at the cabinet level, and then our Assistant Commissioner, Jen Ryan, who's been really so important in leading this initiative. But let me just say, in Massachusetts, we have a saying, wicked smart. And for us, being wicked smart means getting out of Massachusetts and learning from all of you and doing the best we can. We are small, but we'd like to think we're mighty. And I think what we think of right now is that given everything going on in the world, we can be leaders, all of us. And I think that Governor Moore Healey really embodied that in signing an executive order to set goals for biodiversity conservation in Massachusetts for 2030, 2040, and 2050. And we're going to announce those next week. So awesome. Happy to share more, but that's a really big step for us, because let me just say that getting nature at the level of a governor's priority list is really transformational and a landmark. We have a great history of environmental leadership in Massachusetts, but to get to the point where biodiversity is now a commitment to 30 by 30, 40 by 50 and beyond is really great. And we hope to learn from all of you and just amplify that within our own state. We're not California, so let me just paint a little bit of picture if you've never been to Massachusetts. We're the third most densely populated state, and we have like the fourth highest amount of roads. We have over 1,500 miles of coastline. We're called the Bay State. And we have a long history of industrialization and agriculture and colonization early in our history. And our landscapes have gone through a lot of change over time, and some of it has been degraded. We have 3,000 dams from our industrial era. We have, 25,000 culverts. We are a very built state, and so we have real challenges with things like built infrastructure that we need to upgrade, housing. We have a housing shortage. Affordability is an issue in Massachusetts. We are trying to develop clean energy. And there are all these pressing things, including climate and how we're addressing climate impacts. To fit biodiversity into that mix is a big challenge for a small state with a lot of people. And so I might give you a little bit of an overview of how we want to do that. One, building on our legacy of environmental leadership, we have an Endangered Species Act that goes beyond the Federal Endangered Species Act and mitigates for impacts to state-listed species. We have a Wetlands Protection Act. We have a whole body of laws. We have a biomap, we've mapped out where all these important species are. And we have, I think, more land trusts than any other state in the country. But what we need to do now is make biodiversity relevant for the future and to connect people to it. And I think there was a study that just came out that we've lost our connection to nature by 60% or something in the last 200 years. So we're all connected. We all think it's important, but how do we get everybody else to see that importance and connect to it in their daily lives? And so we want to make these goals relevant and connect to people, whether it's through nature in the schools, building a restoration workforce, really bringing people to see biodiversity in their neighborhoods by creating pollinator gardens, urban biodiversity. But we also know that we are connected to biodiversity in our economy, our health and well-being, and we need to value and understand that connection. We are the largest seafood producer in terms of value next to Alaska, and that's based on our ocean and its abundance, and we can't take that for granted. We can't take for granted that we have 60% of our land as forests that's holding much of our carbon and biodiversity. And so we've got to now think about, how about the future? How far do we go here? And I call it the quiet crisis, because while we all know that we've lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years, the decline of cod, which is our state official fish, The right whale is near extinction at only 350. We have 430 species that are on our state endangered species list. So it's a quiet crisis. Slowly, nature is eroded if we don't act. And so for us in Massachusetts, it's protect, restore, sustain, and connect. And I'm happy to talk through those sort of 4 pillars.
Yeah.
I'll stop there.
Well, and I love the fact that, you know, what you're saying is kind of a recurring theme this morning, which is, yes, biodiversity protection, yes, nature protection, but we have to make a broader case for it. Because this is a complicated world and challenging times, and there are other priorities. So how does biodiversity connect to, you know, brass tacks, economic benefit for your state? How does it benefit public health? How do people actually see it? How does it benefit quality of life in someone's neighborhood? I love the fact that you're connecting those dots, and I'm excited to hear when these targets in the plan comes out, just so we can copy all that you're doing and steal it.
Looking forward to that, and looking forward to learning, and we're just starting. You've already been on the journey, and we're just sort of starting that journey in many ways.
And we're not gonna cover it now, but just know, and you can plug into this if you want, there is a really strong network of sub-national governments, so think states, provinces, regions, even cities, that are prioritizing 30 by 30, and that's, again, what we spent yesterday doing. So you may have a chance to meet colleagues from places like South Africa and Chile and other parts of the world here today. And so Tom and Melissa and the team are really part of that, along with other states. So thank you for that. I'm going to do another round of questions and really just get in a little bit more to the work. So Val, what is the Guardians program, and why is it such a big idea that's attracted world attention?
Thanks for that. You know, Guardians are people who are of indigenous origins, who are hired by their nations to take care of the places that the nations love and come from. They are the eyes and ears for our nations, and they are part of who makes sure that the leadership can make as informed a decision as possible. Now, in Canada, we've adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and we've enshrined it in our laws. Both at the federal level and within some of our provincial governments. And, you know, the hardest part of a key feature of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is free, prior, and informed consent. And the hardest part of free, prior, and informed consent is how do you make sure that, and where is the line that says that you're informed enough to make a decision is very, very hard to determine. And from an Indigenous point of view, when I was working with our elders, they said your job isn't to only use our science, because we have such a thing as Innu science. Your job is to use all of science, all of the information, and to use that in helping advise us how to make our good decisions. And that's exactly what Guardians do. Now, we've always been Guardians. This is not something that is a new concept. What's new about the movement in Canada is that it is a profession. And so we've gone from 30 programs when we started advocating for this that were kind of sparsed around the periphery of the country, which are areas where there are less other Canadians and less land conflicts and complexities around urban use, etc., to now having over 200 programs, which covers about a third of our communities in Canada. And there's 2,000 Guardians now whose job it is to care and love for the lands and waterscapes, and that's not just good for our own people, it's good for everyone. And we're really excited about this movement. Not only are we building that within each individual nation, and each nation can name their guardians appropriately. They determine the mandate and scope of work and the focus areas, all of those things under their own sovereignty. But we're also working to establish the profession of guardians in the same way that any other profession is recognized in our country. I'm a registered professional forester. I'm wearing my ring here. And that means that I can work and travel in any province in this country, and my profession and my knowledge is recognized for what it is. Guardians deserve the same, and we've therefore created a national network of Guardians, the first in the world of a national network of Indigenous land stewards, and that network takes the funds from our federal government, the Department of Environment and Climate Change, Canada, and uses it and filters it through an Indigenous decision-making lens, so that the government doesn't doesn't play in that kind of area, and then make sure that that money is invested to make the biggest impact possible on the ground. The network is therefore responsible for accountability to those public funds, not the 200 individual programs who really have better things to do than to write reports. And what we've found as we've been tracking the return on investment in terms of socioeconomic conditions is that those Guardians programs, even when they're nascent, even when they're a year or two old, give a return of anywhere from $7 to $14 and even $20 to 1 on some indicators. That means that we're reducing violence against women. That means that we're increasing language retention. That means that we're reducing reliance on mental health services. And in fact, it's reduced the amount of our people who are in jails as a result of this. And it also means that we have healthy people who are inspiring their families to be healthy, who are inspiring their communities to be healthy. And it's a genuine movement. And in fact, it is the most effective method of reducing the rate of suicide in our communities. And some of you may not know, but as a result of colonization, Indigenous peoples in Canada have some of the highest rates of suicide in the world. And so it is not by producing suicide reduction strategies, with all due respect to those are right strategies, that you're really going to impact an individual's life, but give them a purpose and a role and recognition and respect. And that makes all the difference in the world. And that's exactly why, for me, that is the motivation for the work we do, is not, of course, protecting lands and taking care of our landscapes is important, but it's really transforming our communities and bringing us back to who we really should be, which are strong, healthy, loving nations who are an example to others.
Incredible. So to me, distilled, the big idea is that national and state governments that are committed to protecting and conserving lands traditionally have spent none of that funding actually employing those that are most well qualified to do it, which are Indigenous people that have been taking care of these lands for a long time. And if we're keeping it real, we now protect and conserve the size of Tennessee in California. And I think almost none of our governmental dollars are actually employing Native American tribes and tribal members to do that. So the big challenge is, how do we learn from this and potentially bring this model to California? We have an Indigenous Marine Stewardship program led by tribes that is moving that direction. We have tribal nations that have established an Indigenous Marine Protected Area in the northern part of our coast. We are moving in that direction, but I have to say, you all are a guiding light on this next chapter of the shift that we need to make, so huge thanks. And my style of moderating is I never give questions in advance. So none of these folks have questions. So let me ask you a really challenging one, Dr. Escoda, which is, you have this incredible arc of your career, and you've accomplished so much. And you have people here in San Diego that are focused on the next generation of conservation of our lands, our cultures. What advice or what challenge would you put to us? What would you like to see us do? Or how should we be working to accomplish this, given a lot of the insight that you've gained over these decades?
That is a challenging question, because I'm normally very pleasantly surprised by all the things that younger generations are doing, and I really don't dare too much give any advice, because I'm very hopeful about our environmental future, and I'm very hopeful about what younger people are doing, as a matter of fact. But let me start with a little anecdote. When I first came to the borderlands, I was doing research work in the Gran Desierto, the Great Desert that stands between the Colorado River and Sonora, that little strip of land that links mainland Mexico with peninsular California. And I was working there very rapidly. The Tohono O'odham people, which is binational tribe that lives in that region, they made contact with me and they said, well, we've heard that you are working to propose a protected area, you're doing research. We would like to be incorporated. And I said, yes, of course. And so we made a very good friendship, and for around 15 years I was a sort of special advisor to the traditional legislative authorities in Sells, Arizona. And the reason why it flourished so much was because every year they invited me to take young Tohono O'odham kids to the field with the elders to see plants. And the reason was that the kids didn't pay much attention to the elders because they thought the elders were just talking about things of the past. And if they saw at that time a young researcher from Mexico City taking the plant seriously, they might be convinced that this tradition of use of natural resources was an important thing, which it was. And it was a great experience for me. It was an amazing experience. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because that led me to understand how important communication from one generation to the next and the transmission of knowledge about our environment, how important that is. What the great writer Gary Napham called the geography of childhood. Really learning about those plants, those animals, that environment, to be part of the environment, because that is what is going to be, because it's going to lead you to be committed to environmental conservation. Now, past 50 years from that, I now teach incredibly funny course in the University of California, which is called Spring Wildflowers, which is taking kids out to the field, basically, and having them see plants. And I enjoy very much not only see plants, but smell plants, chew plants, get intoxicated on and off, or a little diarrhea perhaps. But it's part of learning the environment. And one of the things I see, 60% of our population in Riverside is Mexican. And it's amazing because I see kids that I take to the field, then I show them the wild chia, the California chia, and we harvest chia, and we get the seeds, and then we make chia water. And they say, oh, my grandmother used to do that. La abuelita, my granny, used to eat this plant or that or the other. So if I can give any advice, is actually interact with the environment, live the environment, take the young kids to trails, to the field, let the young kids interact with nature, even at the risk of a little diarrhea on and off.
Amazing.
It's very important. Thank you very much.
Raise your hand if you want to take Dr. Escoda's course on wildflowers. Yeah, amazing. So Tom, this gathering is about building hope and celebrating progress, but let's be real, these jobs are hard. And sometimes biodiversity and fish and wildlife is not at the top of the list politically, whether it's in your state or mine. Can you be real with us about some of the biggest challenges you face doing this work and your approach for really surpassing those?
Sure. I don't have all the answers here, but I would say what I've gleaned from today that I think really resonates is we're building a movement. And when you build a movement, whether it's movement getting kids outside and to love nature, and getting the parents, because it turns out that the kids kind of respond and model what the parents do.
Yeah. And sometimes the parents learn from the kids.
And sometimes the parents learn from the kids, and it's been great to watch you and your daughter, kind of experience these things. But the brass tacks of it is that most of the people out there aren't thinking biodiversity when they wake up in the morning, not driving around going, wow, where's that ecosystem? Or what are we doing about rivers? Have we restored that culvert? Wait a minute. Now, some people are in the communities, but many aren't. So we have an important role at really connecting and building a movement within what you were saying it yourself, conservation's local. Boy, we better start building that movement.
Yeah.
And we need to have more of these kinds of gatherings and summits and really build this movement and energy that nature is as important as the homes we live in. It is as important as clean energy. It is that important as all these other things. Now, that's all easy for me to say, but if we don't have that, if we don't show up, and I think Collin had talked about showing up, right? You got to show up. And you have to continually talk about biodiversity and why it's important to you. And put it in terms people don't, I remember some of the commercial fishermen in Massachusetts, and like, biodiversity, Tom, come on. And I'm like, you don't harvest lobsters or fish if the whole ecosystem isn't working together. And but they know it. They know it, ultimately. We got to start talking in terms that people kind of relate to and go, yeah, that is important to me. And when we went out, Jen Ryan was doing these public engagement webinars and meetings, we heard from thousands of people, and they said, we want this. There's a hunger out there for it, but they just haven't had a platform to sort of connect to it. But the reality of it is that it's going to continue to be something that is not going to be seen necessarily as important to these things that threaten our everyday lives and survival. What's important to everyday people when they wake up in the morning? Is it biodiversity? Probably not. So we have to continually show up and talk about why it's important and start connecting it to our economy, our health and well-being, our food security.
Yeah.
And we have to start paying for it and talking about what we're getting for free in some cases with clean water and things that are really supported by biodiversity. And climate is connected to biodiversity. More climate resilient places are more biodiverse places. So the brass tacks, I think, for us is every day, and I'll tell you one more thing, is that the whole of government approach that we took with this was great. And by the way, we're at 28%, so that's where it's like, oh, well, we're almost at 30 by 30. I guess the work's almost done. No. So that's the thing why with our goals, we're going to try to go beyond that. And when that report gets out there, I'm hopeful that that will start to sort of lay out a menu of what our generation and other generations can do, and that we have this sort of roadmap. So
Incredible.
yeah.
Well, I'll say this. It's been a great panel. I'm hoping that as we shift into lunch in just a little bit after a couple more things, and then ultimately to today, this morning was both inspiring and challenging. And Val, I think one thing I take from you is not only really supporting the leadership of the original stewards, our indigenous partners, but also ensuring that it's one thing to declare a park or a land protected. It's another thing to actively steward it. And we can't forget that. We can't create paper parks. We have to get them actively stewarded and do that with the appropriate leaders. And then, Professor, you're, first of all, I could listen to you talk about your work it's amazing. And you bring such a humanity and kind of elan to it. I have to say that, reminding ourselves that we have to touch people in this work, and particularly the younger generation. And we have to get people out there and feeling it. It is critical. And then, Tom, to me, we are movement building. And so I'd like to see us in California really over the next year lift up not only the projects that are happening, but the new ways. What are the land trusts or the conservation groups or the resource conservation districts that are talking about this in a different way, that are really drawing connections? I think sometimes if we start an explanation with the word ecosystem, we're going to turn people off. But if we talk about it as the source watershed for your water, or the park that your family can get out to on the weekends, it's a different conversation. So I think we need to challenge ourselves over the next year to help each other really appeal in this work to a broader set of people. So huge thanks. Please join me in thanking the panelists here today. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. What an incredible panel. I feel really inspired. How's everyone else feeling? Thank you. So we've been hearing a lot today about 30 by 30 being a movement and how we need all of us doing this work together. Every year at the summit, we give out some awards for individuals who are really doing extraordinary work to help conserve biodiversity in California. So we've got two awards, two different types of awards we're going to give out today. One is the 30 by 30 Champion Award, and we are going to invite Dr. Jen Norris to present that award. Dr. Norris is currently the Executive Director of the California Wildlife Conservation Board. She is the visionary and the leader for the development of the Pathways to 30 by 30 strategy. She is one of my most favorite people on the planet, so Jen is going to present those awards. And then we also have some Cutting the Green Tape Awards. Those are going to be presented today by Calax Nelson, who is the Executive Director of the San Mateo Resource Conservation District and a member of the California Landscape Stewardship Network, and another dear friend of mine, the Chief Deputy Director for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Valerie Termini. So after Dr. Norris presents, Calax and Val, if you could come down and present your awards.
Is this working? Okay. I asked Jen to call me the evil mastermind of Pathways, and she refused. She's too nice. I actually want to take a point of privilege and ask anyone who was at the very first partnership gathering to stand up. Wow. Stay standing, just for a second. Nate, get back up there. All right, so look around you. Our whole goal was to build a movement. Look what we've done. That's us. That's awesome. Well done. Thanks, job, everybody. I'm just really excited to be here and present the 30 by 30 Champion Awards because, as has been said many times this morning, this whole thing is about individuals and organizations that put their nose to the grindstone and say, this place needs to be saved. This place needs to be restored. 30 by 30 is sort of a big number and it's an audacious goal, but at the end of the day, it's the collective power of individuals and organizations that makes it happen. Nothing happens without the people in this room and the people outside of this room that we all work with to get this work done. So thank you for letting me give these awards. So the first one is for the Fort Yuma Kitsan Indian Tribe, which some of you remember in the Pathways document, our core commitment, one of the three, was to Indigenous and tribal partnerships. And I remember when we were working on the executive order, we were figuring out how to say that and how it would show up in our work. And now it's a given that that's the work we're doing. As much as possible, in every opportunity we can, we're taking the chance to partner with tribes. WCB, we've just completed our 6th ancestral land return project, which I'm really proud of. And we're working with over 40 different tribes across the state to do restoration, co-management, make sure there's cultural access. There is so much more work to do. I'm not going to say we're anywhere close to where we need to be, but I love that we've institutionalized this work and we're taking it really seriously. And as a result, we've saw a bunch of really incredible victories this year, many of them that were led by California Native American tribes. So just to name a few, Satitla National Monument, also known as Medicine Lake, up in the Highlands. I had the pleasure of going on a tour up there. It's just an incredible space, protecting these really important watersheds, getting that monument designation, incredible. Chuckwalla National Monument on the seashore. I know Jen probably spoke about this earlier. Just incredible tribal stewardship along the coast, something we should all be proud of. I just said it the wrong way. I said Chumash and, sorry, Chuckwalla. I said that backwards. Chuckwalla is the desert. How could I forget that? I'm a total desert nerd. So Chuckwalla National Monument, 700,000 acres down in the desert, also led by tribes, and then the Chumash. Got it backwards. My apologies. Anyway, we're thankful to all these tribal leaders who really dedicated so many hours going to meetings, advocating, making a difference, telling us why these places mattered. But the work isn't done. There's much to do, and we need to defend these places as we move forward. But today's 30 by 30 Champion Award is acknowledging a tribe that has yet to reach victory, but they're on the path. They're advocating for a national monument designation, and they're continuing the hard work of advocating for their ancestral lands and cultural resources, and being an ally to other tribes around the state that are doing the same. Our honoree has made critical advancements for their tribe in developing co-stewardship agreements, continues to be a collaborative partner with many of us to develop workable solutions to complex problems, and dedicated in supporting future generations for this work by lifting up their youth through cultural leadership. We can each learn from the leadership and commitment shown this year by the 30 by 30 champion, so it's my deepest honor to award the 30 by 30 champion award to the Fort Yuma Quechan Indian tribe. And I just want to introduce Jonathan Coteen to say a few words on behalf of the tribe. Come on up. Do you want me to hold it?
Oh, yes,
Have you
please.
hold it. Sure. There you go.
All right, and if we could have, our team come up, I'd like to introduce everybody. Manfred, Ernie. So I'm accompanied by two of my council members, Zion White, Cristobal Illingworth, our chairperson for our cultural committee, Mr. Manfred Scott, former councilman Donald Meadart, Ernie Noriega, she's also a cultural committee, Licia and Lena Ortega, who've done tremendous work with all of our projects. And, I would just like to say a special thank you to former chairman of the Torres Martinez Band of Cahuilla Indians, Thomas Torres. He's always been there, for many trips with our initiatives. Yacha Banford, Antonio Mendoza, and Brandy McDaniels of the Pitt River Nation. Special thank you to Matt Keller, Resources Legacy Fund, Dr. Bob from NALC, and many others that have helped us along the way. On behalf of the Quechan people, we are grateful to accept this award. It's important to note that we never work alone. The Quechan Nation's motto is "Together we progress." This award belongs to all of us, and it is a clear example of what success looks like when tribes, our people, our allies, and our communities work together. I'd like to acknowledge our sister tribes that fought alongside us for the Chuckwalla National Monument designation, the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla Indians, the Cahuilla Indians, the Chemehuevi Indian Tribe, the Colorado River Indian Tribes, and the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. And like I said, a special thank you to the Pitt River Nation. Thank you. We know this fight is not over. For the Quechan people, conservation is not a new idea. It is an old promise. Since time immemorial, we have been caretakers of the desert, the river, the mountains, and the life they sustain. Our stories, songs, and traditions are rooted in these places, and it is our responsibility to ensure they remain healthy and whole for generations to come. We are proud to work alongside the California Natural Resources Agency and so many partners on initiatives like the Chuckwalla National Monument, the proposed Quechan National Monument, the return of ancestral lands, and the protection of our cultural resources. These efforts are more than projects. They are acts of restoration, healing, and hope. This award affirms that our approach, one grounded in respect, collaboration, and the wisdom of our ancestors, is making a difference. But it also reminds us that our work is far from done. Together, we can reach the 30 by 30 goal, ensuring that California's lands and waters are not only conserved, but are also cared for in ways that honor the first peoples of this land. Thank you to the California Natural Resources Agency for this recognition, to our Tribal Council and Cultural Committee for their dedication, to every partner who has walked with us on this journey, and to the Quechan people. We accept this award with gratitude and with renewed commitment to protecting what has always been and will always be home. Thank you. And Chris, and I'd like to ask Councilman Illingworth if he would share a song before we depart.
The song I'm going to share is going to talk about our journey, kind of from Aviquamed, which is our creation mountain. And as you guys, some of you guys may know, that's got designated as a national monument too. And then they have the Chuckwalla, which is already got designated too. And we have a creation of the lightning songs that come from there. And that's from V Sakupai, which is a satellite mountain. And this song, it talks about this journey going to Yuma. And the first man created, he's about to go on his journey to the spirit world. And he says that, I'm going to name this land, and I'm going to give it to you. And this song is going to talk about that. It says, Matai Amuik Anyuwaik, which is going to give this a name, this area. But this is the song I'm going to sing right now. Matai Moik Anyuwaik, 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 Matai Moik Anyuwaik.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Our second award is for the province of Quebec. Some of you might remember in 2022, there was a conference of parties in Montreal. Many of you may not know that Montreal and Quebec got asked to host that party with, I think, about 6 weeks' notice, and about 10,000 people arrived. You think this was hard to plan? That was crazy. It was supposed to be in China, and it was during COVID, and then it switched, and they put on an amazing party. But also, at that time, they were negotiating this big biodiversity treaty, and to Wade's point earlier, there was some doubt about whether 30 by 30 would actually be incorporated into the whole document. And who showed up were all the subnationals. And we decided it would be our mission to shame the countries into deciding that 30 by 30 should be their goal too, and that if we could do it, they could do it. And Jacob and I hosted a little 30 by 30 panel in one of those fancy rooms, and a lot of people came, and I hope they were inspired. So they've been leading on 30 by 30, and they've been a partner with California for a very long time, and it's about time we recognize them. After that conference, California worked with Quebec to establish the High Ambition Coalition, which was to bring together all of these subnationals to continue to foster coordination, again, lift up the importance of biodiversity, share information, hold each other's hands when things got hard. And that coalition, as I understand it, is kicking butt. Am I right, Jacob? Hopefully you'll say a little bit more about that. So I'm really excited to award this 30 by 30 Champion Award. So Jacob Martin Malice, who has a long title, Assistant Deputy Minister in charge of Biodiversity, Wildlife and Parks, Ministry of the Environment, Quebec. He's here to accept this award. Come on up.
Thank you. Two kisses in the back.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little low on hands, so can I ask you to hold that? I like walking when I talk, so sorry about that, but I'm going to move around a little bit. Hi, everyone. Amazing to be here with you. First of all, we didn't expect this at all. I didn't expect this at all. Just got noticed a few days before the event. So I'm the French guy that has that little accent, so you'll hear it around me. There's a couple colleagues that are with me. We're super happy to be here. Before I jump in to the award, maybe just take a moment to underline how inspiring this has been this morning, folks. Huge thanks to CNRA, Wade and your team, Megan and Jen. I'm starting to say names, so that's dangerous because I can forget people. But there's Jen Norris back then, Mike, Madeline, Geneva. It's been wonderful. Thank you for having us here. It's really something for us to actually be in California. It's my first time to be here with you guys, so that was a great moment for us. So I'm here to acknowledge and thank with all that humility this award for the government of Quebec. Obviously, it's not something that's specific to us. I think it's something that we've put together, all of us partners, and we all deserve this award. And giving it to Quebec is actually giving it to all of the partners through that task force, but also all stakeholders that are here and that have been working on the 30 by 30. I remember back in 2018 in Egypt, COP14, I was sitting at a little table with my friend Jean Lemire that some of you know, and we were thinking about how we're going to brand the COP and Biodiversity COP and the coming framework for Quebecers. And we had a bit of the conversation you just put forward a few minutes ago. What the hell does biodiversity mean to people in general? So that's when we started thinking about nature and how we could brand that for getting people up onto this movement with us in Quebec and elsewhere. And obviously you guys came forward before that with the strategy, and we came up with a nature plan, and now it's a buzzword, and I think people are understanding it more and more. And when people understand something, when people know about something, they want to protect it. So the more people have knowledge about what nature is and what biodiversity plays as a role, the more people are actually going to engage into this movement that we've put together, all of us. I'd like to say a little word about California's leadership, but Quebec's leadership and leaders in some national governments. We had a little meeting yesterday preparing for this, and one of the things that I heard was questions about, is it worth having huge international events? Is it worth, what's the added value of that kind of exercise? And one of the things that came up was the word friends, partnerships, but most of all, it develops trust. And a day like this, like today, we're having these more formal presentations and all, but I know lunch, is coming up, and I'm probably what's between your stomach and lunch, so I'm going to make it as short as possible. But this is what happens when we do these events and we have this kind of conversation. We create friendships, and then creates something special. That's when, for example, Wade sends pictures of the forest fires you guys had, and I send pictures of the planes that we sent here to help you guys with the fires, and that's the kind of things that happen, and it's easier to work when we have that friendship and that trust between each other. And I think I have to acknowledge Kwe to my friend and Inu from Quebec, Valérie. Trust is also, on a local basis, a huge thing. We have to care for that trust that we have through First Nations. In Quebec, we obviously work very closely with First Nations. We've protected roughly about 72 million acres since the last decades. It's a big piece of land. We still have 45 million square acres to protect to reach a 30 by 30. So it's big numbers, but we're going to do that. Quebec's about 3 times the size of California. So what we have to protect, what's left to protect, is about half the size of California. So it gives you an idea of the scale there of things. But each square kilometer that's coming up is harder and harder because we've grabbed those low-hanging fruits and we've settled those relatively easy deals together. But now the work is going to be harder and harder for the next 4 years. So we have to tighten up and support this movement that we've created all together. We have to have these meetings. Thank you for doing this. It's incredible for me to be here, for Quebec to be alongside California. Wade, and I call Wade by his first name. I shouldn't do that in front of a room like this, but you see the kind of relationship that things have developed. I've become friends with all the people that I've mentioned beforehand. So I think that's what I'm leaving California with, is the importance of that partnership and that friendship. So I'll try and shorten that up and leave a space for coming words and lunch. But I didn't look at all what I had planned, so so once finally, I accept with huge humility the award. I'll bring it and share it and continue sharing it, and actually it just renews my ambition to continue sharing and pushing it forward with you guys for the rest of these great moments we have to go through. By the way, the little crunch paper, I like the idea of that little piece of paper we did. I have Wade's paper in my pocket. So I can share that with you guys a bit later. Thank you so much, everyone. Glad to talk with you a bit later. Thanks a lot. Yeah. All right. I'll grab my piece of paper, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we started with a nation, we went to a province, now it's a person. How many of you know Sharon Farrell? I'm guessing 90% of the people in this room. Why? Because she is amazing, and she's done so many amazing things. I didn't even know. They gave me notes because I didn't know. So just looking back on her history, she has more than 35 years, although she doesn't look a day over 40, of incubating innovative environmental stewardship programs, building collaborative networks, multidisciplinary teams. She directed the One TAM Partnership, founded the California Landscape Stewardship Network and the Global Landscape Stewards. But why we're giving her this award is because she has been the rock underneath all of these kind of insane gatherings for many years. I got to work with Sharon when I worked on 30 by 30, kind of a few years ago, and she actually said she was done and quitting, and then I left and she stayed 2 more years. So I'd like her to explain that. That seems kind of, maybe Megan's easier to get along with, I don't know. But Sharon just has this incredible wealth of patience and kindness. And when she tells you you're full of crap, she does it with this smile and this cute accent. And so you kind of are like, wait, did she just say that to me? And she's brilliant and she's unflappable and she's got the strongest arms of anybody I know. And I'm going to bring her up here to say a few words. Come on, I'm Sharon.
Yeah, I did. So you're probably waiting for me to explain why I started working again after Jen left, but I'm sorry, that's for the after party. Anyway, thank you. Incredibly humbled to accept this, and I'd like to actually accept it on behalf of all the practitioners that work in our field, because we're the ones that weed, we're the ones that gather the seeds, we're the ones that restore the landscapes, we're the ones that care into the long term. As Jen said, it's been 35 years, you can tell by my white hair. And I think for me, what draws me to 30 by 30 is it is a way to create a shared vision. It's a way to mobilize as a community. It's a way to activate action together. And I think now more than ever, I mean, we all see the news, right? There's challenges to our environment, social challenges, political challenges. We need pathways of hope, and I'm a firm believer. And what's been really striking for me is to be able to do this in partnership with a government. Many times we are often saying, how do we do that? And I think the state of California has done an amazing job of opening its arms to say that each one of us has a role. And so that's why I stayed 2 more years. and try to bring the fun factors. So I just want to say thank you, incredibly honored, and it's really a tribute to all of you who do the work too. So thank you.
Oh,
I think Kellex is first.
oh, Kellex is next. Jump on up.
I have to say, Jen and Sharon did promise us a dance. What happened to that? Oh, after. Okay. At the zoo. Got it.
Oh, good. I was afraid Sharon was going to make me do it. Hi, everybody. Are you all just feeling so much love today? So much joy? So much inspiration? Yeah. So I hope you'll bring some of that love to our next honorees. Secretary Crowfoot, you said maybe 30 by 30 is a little government-y sometimes. We're going to embrace that and recognize some public agency staff, and we're just going to go ahead and do that. You know the expression, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. These folks are. The Hidden Hero Award recognizes the innovation and dedication of public employees who are increasing the pace and scale of environmental stewardship in California. This award is presented on behalf of the California Landscape Stewardship Network and the interagency partnership that launched the Cutting Green Tape initiative in 2020. That's the California Natural Resources Agency, the State Water Resources Control Board, and the California Department of Food and Agriculture. So it's an honor to recognize these boots on the ground staff who are working collaboratively and creatively within governmental processes, finding the ways to protect and conserve California's very precious natural resources efficiently and effectively. Let me pass this. Good morning, everyone. I guess it still is morning. So I am Val. I'm one of those government employees. I have the privilege and honor of serving as the Chief Deputy Director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we have the great mission of saving nature, which as I walked in here today, I noticed there's these big banners on this building that say, we're here for nature. And I imagine y'all are also here for nature. So just give y'all a round of applause for everyone being here, being for nature, being for biodiversity. If you know me, I swear a lot. I almost did, so I'm not going to. This stuff matters, and it's really important, and that's what I hope you all take away. As Kellex mentioned, like, it's pretty inspiring being here. And again, if you know me, I'm not the most, like, I'm a little sarcastic. I'm from Massachusetts. We're going to talk about that. Anyway, I have some great people to mention from the department and from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but I also want to just do a little Chuck thing. He likes to talk about the successes of the Green Tape initiative. And so I think he gave this last year. So I've updated stats on 4 years of cutting the green tape in the Department of Fish and Wildlife and what you all have helped achieve, along with the folks that I'm going to mention in a minute. So total projects completed, 133. Average processing time, again, bureaucratic boringness, 42 days. 322,636 total acres enhanced, 684 total stream miles enhanced, total areas of habitat connected, Beth Pratt, 5,518,227. Total dollars saved, the stuff at the end of the day that matters, over $9,381,155. And the people I'm about to honor are the ones helping make all of this stuff happen. First, our first awardee is Desiree De La Vega. She works for the greatest department in California, Fish and Wildlife, on the Green Tape team, where she is increasingly recognized as being the bridge builder between the department staff and project proponents, practitioners in her region. Note that she's incredibly responsive and always willing to figure out how to work through prickly issues. She fosters good relationships and navigates complexity of projects with skill. Overall, she embodies one of the key features of cutting the green tape to support each other with increasing the pace and scale of restoration. Desiree, we're really excited to present you with the 2025 Cutting Green Tape Hidden Hero Award.
All right, second awardee, Elijah Portugal. Elijah works in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program at the greatest department in California. He not only brings experience and technical knowledge to projects, but also brings a sincere passion for restoration, an independently driven mindset for creative problem solving and identifying the path forward to get restoration projects to construction. He offers proactive communications and making and taking the time to collaborate in developing effective solutions that facilitate project implementation while fulfilling regulatory requirements and not compromising project feasibility. Elijah, we're pleased to present you with the 2025 Cutting Green Tape Hidden Hero Award. And last but not least, our third awardee, who is unfortunately not able to make it today, is Joseph Brandt. Joseph was very instrumental in helping move forward and complete the original U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Programmatic Restoration and Biological Opinion, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service PBO, because I'm going to use that later. He led a tremendous amount of coordination between countless comments of 9 different field offices, along with input from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service leadership and several other agencies. He also collaborated with the practitioner community at length to get the PBO finalized and in effect. While Joseph cannot join us in person today, we're pleased to present him with the 2025 Cutting Green Tape Hero Award.
I'm going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the BiodiverCITY panel, all about urban biodiversity. My name is Rachel Larson. I am a postdoc here at the San Diego Natural History Museum. I'm an urban ecologist by training, and I work on the museum's urban biodiversity initiative called Healthy Canyons. And I'm also one of the organizing partners for the California Urban Nature Alliance, which is an alliance amongst ourselves here at the NAT, the LA Natural History Museum, Cal Academy, and Berkeley, and hopefully soon growing for institutions that want to champion urban biodiversity. So thank you for joining us in this afternoon panel today. Like I said, I'll be your moderator. We have a great lineup of panelists here representing a diversity of voices that all revolve around urban nature in the state of California. And so I'm going to let Mark Behringer from the city of San Diego kick us off here.
We gotta wait for it to go green, and it's green. All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Mark Behringer. Sorry, Rachel. Like Rachel said, I am the Natural Resource Manager for the City of San Diego's Open Space Division that's housed within our Park and Rec Department. Some interesting things about the City of San Diego, put some facts up there. We have the largest urban preserve that's city-owned in the continental United States at just over 51,000 acres. Thank you. I've been with the city for just over 8 years now, and so I've had some to do with that, but people that came before me certainly set the stage. One of the things, kind of just catching my breath here. So when we're talking about an urban preserve, what we're talking about is this is all city-owned land, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit more in a second. But about 28,000 acres are open for the public, which is something really, really special, because there's some preserves that, we have that people just can't go to. They're too sensitive, too isolated, something like that. In those preserves, we have 2 HCPs, the Multiple Species Conservation Program and the Vernal Pool Habitat Conservation Program. And those preserve 86 different upland species in the MSCP, birds, mammals, plants, that kind of stuff. And then in the vernal pools, we have 7 different species, which include the San Diego fairy shrimp, the Riverside fairy shrimp, and then 5 different plant species. So within our preserve, we have 178 trailheads, over 250 trail miles. So we get a lot of people out into our preserves too. And we'll talk about, so this is a map of the northern part of the city where you can see, where's that laser button? So, okay, This is all the way up, the San Diego Zoo Safari Park is up here. San Pasqual Valley. All this blue is owned by our Public Utilities Department. There's a big reservoir right there, Lake Hodges, and that's an agricultural preserve. So if land is in agriculture right now, it has to stay in agriculture. It can never be developed other than agriculture. So if you have a sod farm, okay. If you have an orchard, okay. If you want to put a multifamily dwelling, not okay. So we were really smart and developed that. That's watershed protection too. And then there's some other reservoirs, but here, all the dark green stuff is our open space preserves. So Los Penasquitos Preserve is right here, Black Mountain, Del Mar Mesa. This is the top of Mission Trails Regional Park. Here's San Clemente Canyon and Rose Canyon. And then we go to the southern part of the city, all the way down into the border with Mexico. We own property and manage property there. And you can see some of our species. We'll go back one slide. The southern mule deer, of course, our favorite friend over there, the California gnatcatcher. And then down below here is Dudleya blockmanii or Dudleya brevifolia, short-leaved Dudleya, which is almost all of it exists in the city of San Diego or the county of San Diego, which is really cool. So like 90% of it is in my preserves. So it's a little daunting to think about. So like I said, down below we have, also in the Parks and Rec Department, we have the largest aquatic park in the world right here. And this is Mission Bay Park. Within Mission Bay Park, there is also critical habitat for California least terns, also Acmaspon prostratus, which is Nuttall's Acmaspon over there. And we see this guy, burrowing owls as well, in Mission Bay, down in Otay Park. And this is a picture of our lovely San Diego fairy shrimp. So we're deeply invested in urban biodiversity at the city. Again, we manage all these rare plants. We monitor them on a yearly basis with our friends from the San Diego Management and Monitoring Program, which is really cool, a regional program that helps us with the USGS monitor and kind of conserve these on a regional basis. So that's me, and I'll hand it over to Kendall.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stay seated. Thank you very much for including us today in this panel. Oh, and I got to fast forward to get onto our slide. There we go. I'm going to start with a little introduction about the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. For those of you who might not know, we are actually the nation's largest municipal water and power utility, and we serve approximately 4 million customers in the city of Los Angeles. On the power side, we are vertically integrated, meaning that we generate, we procure, we deliver power to customers. With over 8 gigawatts of electric capacity in 2025, more than 60% of the power that we deliver to customers will be from renewable sources. We're really excited about that. Our water system is also very extensive. We have over 7,300 miles of main lines and trunk lines, much of it being gravity fed. We have operations in 6 different states, and what might be unique for a utility is we actually own over 300,000 acres of land. And most of this is associated with our water system when large aqueducts were built to bring water from the Eastern Sierra down into Los Angeles. These are not necessarily urban settings, but they have helped us develop land management skills that we can leverage in urban settings. Now, to talk a little bit about what LADWP is doing around nature-based solutions, conservation, and biodiversity, we have kind of an overarching framework in the city in that we're a contributor to the LA City Biodiversity Program. This program was launched in 2018 when Los Angeles was actually the first U.S. city to establish a biodiversity index based on international best practice. That was really exciting. As part of this program, the Department of Water and Power regularly sets goals and reports progress to the city. And to strengthen the program, our Board of Water and Power Commissioners passed a motion that instructed the department to integrate biodiversity and nature-based solutions in all of our operations. And so some of the ways that we're doing that is some ways we're working toward that integration. is by using nature-based solutions for stormwater capture, remediating and replenishing our groundwater aquifers, planting trees throughout the city to combat urban heat island effects, investing in data collection, outreach, education, and ensuring we have a focus on equity with how we impact our communities. And I'm excited to share more as we go through the conversation.
All right. Thank you, Kendall. Hi, folks. I'm Dan Cooper. So I'll be representing the Resource Conservation District of the Santa Monica Mountains. I also teach ornithology at Cal State Long Beach, and I teach at UCLA. And I know some of you from my old life at Audubon, California. So I'm thrilled to be here with a lot of kindred spirits. So RCD, we are funded by a tax increment for our budget, but we get most of our money through grants and contracts, a few $1 million every year. We're a small staff, we're based in Calabasas, and we're really the liaison between private property owners and agencies. Some of the urban biodiversity projects that I'm really proud of and hope you'll find as interesting as I do include this LA raptor study. So we're building a hawk army with Friends of Griffith Park. We've got several hundred volunteers. We send them out with maps and instructions on monitoring hawks around the city of LA and owls and other raptors. It's just a wonderful way to connect people with biodiversity in their backyard, which I think all of you, if you're here, you understand the value of that. And just the one other project I'm going to highlight for my introduction is this really interesting corner of the San Fernando Valley. A lot of you may know it as Chatsworth Reservoir. It's been around for 100 years. We did the first bioinventory of it last year. It is full of interesting species. It's officially Chatsworth Nature Preserve. And so we partner with organizations like DWP, state parks, really, you name it. And everything we do is kind of based around finding ways to work with nature, not against nature. So I'll pass it on to June.
Thanks, Dan. Well, thanks everyone for joining us today. There was a pretty amazing pitch for each of the panels, and so if I wasn't on this panel, I think it would have been impossible to choose between them. I'm Dr. June Bondo. I'm the Executive Director of the California Native Plant Society. It's an honor to be on this panel today with this incredible group of panelists, and it's nice to see so many CNPS members, volunteer leaders. I have a staff colleague here, and a number of partners here. So thanks for being here with us today for this conversation. California Native Plant Society is a nonprofit conservation organization. Our mission is to protect California's native plants and their natural habitats today and into the future through science, education, stewardship, gardening, and advocacy. Our vision is a California where our native plant diversity flourishes, where all people have access to native plants in both the built environment and the wild, and where people of all backgrounds play a vital role in conserving our native plant heritage. Who we are. So, as I said, we're a nonprofit conservation organization. We're volunteer powered. We're comprised of 35 chapters, 34 in California, 1 in Baja California. We're powered by about 1,500 active volunteers. We represent more than 13,000 members across the state, and we have a statewide staff headquartered in Sacramento, just over 60 of us. So we're fairly small, I guess, but I think also fairly mighty. We are one CNPS, so CNPS's chapters and staff are all operating in support of a shared 5-year strategic plan. This year, we're launching 2 multi-year campaigns to really enhance our ability to implement that strategic plan. So the first campaign, which we just recently launched, is a conservation campaign called Saving What Matters Most. And we're really honored to work with an incredible array of partners, individuals, organizations, and governments across the state in implementing that new campaign. And that campaign actually has an explicit goal of supporting 30 by 30, helping the state to meet that 30 by 30 goal, also defending federal public lands and other important areas in California. So that's our conservation campaign. The one that's more directly relevant to the conversation that we're here for today is an urban biodiversity campaign, which we plan to launch later this year, which will also be in partnership. All of our work at CNPS is done in partnership. And so we're very excited to be preparing to launch that campaign in the coming months. And that's a campaign that will involve science, work with industry partners, policy, marketing, and education. And our goal essentially is to transform the built environment, to change the way that we plan and plant our urban spaces to create places for people and nature to thrive. So I think that's all I'll say, and I'll hand things over to Juan.
Thank you, June. Can everyone give a round of applause to all these incredible panelists? My word. So I wanted to start, how many have you in this room have gone whitewater rafting, if you can raise your hand? Okay, I see lots of you. How many fell in the river in the whitewater and survived? I guarantee you that's an incredible moment that you were probably scared to death, because I fell in. And I remember I probably was only for like a few seconds, but for me it was probably like 20 minutes while I was in that water. But it was a moment that changed my life. There's a lot of kids, as you see here, smiling faces that, although they live very close to the Kern River, have never visited the Kern River. And so Hispanic Access, and I guess I'm the one that's supposed to say it. Oop, did I just break it? Here we go. So Hispanic Access Foundation's main mission in conservation work is to support incredible leaders like them, and also raise up the next generation of leaders that have no idea that they have these opportunities. Our prayer and our work here at Hispanic Access is that one day you see those young people sitting in these chairs. And so as we look, and if I can get a little vulnerable, my dad had a second grade education. But I guarantee you, he's one of the smartest men I've ever met. And from a young age, he taught me how to respect the flora and fauna. And when we realize that right now there's a lot of kids that, although they live very close, they don't know how to access these places, or they might not have the resources to tap into our incredible public lands. Or the scary part, they go to the Kern River and they put themselves in a lot of risk, and some lose their lives. So Hispanic Access Foundation stands because we believe everyone, no matter the color of their skin, no matter their educational background, or what their zip code is, we stand that everyone deserves clean water, clean air, clean, unprocessed organic food, and clean, safe public lands for our mental, physical, and spiritual health. So I will pass it now down to Rachel.
Thank you to all of our panelists for providing a very brief overview of what you and your organizations have done. I want to open up the Q&A session here with a question directed at all of the panelists, because I'd like to hear from the variety of different voices that we have here. How do you think urban biodiversity can contribute to the sustainability efforts of 30 by 30? And how can we better promote or protect those urban resources for those goals?
I'll start here, just pass it down the road. So I think that for me, connecting people and nature is probably one of the most important things. And I think we all kind of experienced this in the last, since 2020, since the pandemic, how important it is to connect yourself to nature, spiritually, culturally, exercise physically. All that stuff is really, really important. And having urban biodiversity and having an ecosystem that supports a number of different plants, a number of different animals, that makes those experiences that much richer when you're out there experiencing them, and it helps build empathy, right? Empathy towards living things, empathy towards other people, and it promotes a diversity of thought as well, right? Well, not just everyone's looking at things, we have to do it for this scientific reason. It doesn't matter how we conserve it. If we're conserving it for cultural reasons, we're conserving it for exercise, or we're conserving it for biodiversity, conservation is the key. And being able to have that conservation and being able to bring that to people where they are, I think is one of the most important things. And did we get into that second question? What aspects would we like to have better promoted? So I think, for us, here in San Diego, we live in an area that is the most biodiverse county in the continental United States. We live in the most biodiverse city in that county. And then that city exists in Southern California, which is a biodiversity hotspot worldwide. But when people come to San Diego, a lot of times they think, oh, beaches, weather, Comic-Con, those kind of things. I want to shift the thinking from all of that to also looking at these amazing vernal pools, these amazing species of plants and animals that we have here, and have it become more of an ecological biodiversity hotspot destination for people to come and travel to. And so, yeah.
Fantastic. So I might start just really quickly reflecting on sustainability for LADWP, and then I can talk a little bit about some biodiversity investments in the city, and I'll close with an opportunity. But to start out, for LADWP, we are in the business of providing essential services to people that are necessary for their health and well-being. And so if we think also about the health of the planet today, what we need to think about with sustainability is we need to be able to meet the current needs of our customers, but we need to be able to do it in a way that's nature positive and that positions future generations better than we are positioned today. If you think about that said differently, we have over half of the communities in Los Angeles are considered disadvantaged communities. And so we have to be able to kind of halt and reverse nature loss in ways that consider both conservation as well as producing a viable model for human development and human welfare. We have plenty of examples of biodiversity investments that help us do just that, and so I think it's a fantastic tool in order to meet those goals. I'll just give you a couple. LADWP has a long-standing practice of sponsoring and facilitating tree plantings in order to address low urban canopy in LA. We're currently sponsoring a partnership with this great organization called City Plants to plant more than 53,000 shade trees for residents and communities. Now, we all know that planting trees reduces cleans the air and sucks up carbon, but what it also does is it reduces directly our customers' energy use. So because of these shade plantings from trees, we have found that last year our customers saved over $1 million alone in their power bills from trees that were funded by LADWP. And so that is real value for our customers. Similarly, I can talk about a lot of the benefits of our groundwater remediation and replenishment that takes place within the city of LA. It helps natural ecosystems function, but it also provides us with needed diversity in our water supplies, and it provides reliability of this really essential service for customers with lower price volatility. So we're able to kind of meet both needs at once, and that's one of the great tools about biodiversity investments that we're excited about. I think one of the really simple things that we can do more of that's a near-term opportunity is focused on native plant landscaping. This is a really low-hanging fruit. LADWP for a long time, and this is great, has been transitioning for water conservation purposes from turf to drought-resistant landscaping. Fantastic. But we have opportunities to really incorporate intentionally native plants, pollinator gardens, and all of those, not only in our operations, but really importantly in the incentives that we provide to customers who are also doing the same. I was excited to hear we have a native plants nursery now at one of our generating facilities. So this, I do think this is low-hanging fruit, and I'm really excited to move that forward.
Thanks, Kendall. Yeah, Mark, you know, when I hear San Diego, I just think of Anchorman, but that might be. So a couple things come to mind. You know, conservation, urban conservation, I tell people it's not a race to be won. It's like it's a lifestyle, it's an outlook. We're not going to win this. It's just we've got to keep working and keep fighting. I think certainly people are more aware of native species now. They're more visible. But still, I had on my first semester at Cal State Long Beach, I was just pointing out bird after bird and sycamore trees. And about halfway through the semester, one of the students said, "What is that word you're saying? What is a sycamore? What are you talking about?" So what we know and what we see in our daily lives is not what the majority of Californians know and see. And the trick is to really spread that knowledge around and integrate it throughout our management systems. It's an example of that's come up. I was on a tour with some LA fire folks. We have an area of LA called the Sepulveda Basin, which burns about every day in the summertime. And it's an area where our actually California Native Plant Society chapter is really active, planting, restoring, pulling mustard. And one of the ways we thought of at RCD to remediate this ignition problem, because these are unhoused people or people who are housed that just happen to be messing around lighting fires, is not in clearing vegetation and limbing up trees and everything else we see all over the landscape. We thought we could use reclaimed water in a smarter way than just dumping it into the LA River. And so we proposed this idea of this shallow water flooding in some of the flat areas of the basin. It would support wildlife habitat, bird habitat, insects, birding opportunities, bringing nature to people, and people liked it. And so we're working on making that happen rather than going in year after year with chainsaws and doing something that we know won't have any measurable effect on ignitions, most likely, but also really won't help biodiversity at all. Trying to express this to the fire department, I wasn't sure it would be an easy sell, but they like the idea of more water on the ground. They understood soil moisture. I think it's something they know intuitively. And so it's just finding those opportunities. We call these nature-based solutions. I'm sure you're familiar with those. Finding those opportunities in that management structure of the city to just insert our good ideas into, I think is really the way to go these days.
Thanks, Dan. When I think about the sustainability of our cities, we have a tremendous opportunity at the nexus of water savings, climate resilience, and of course, biodiversity conservation, support to biodiversity. Our biggest opportunities to save water in our cities are outdoors. I think a lot of you have heard the statistic that our largest irrigated crop in the United States is our lawns in residential areas. So again, by changing the way that we plan our urban spaces, we have opportunities to save water. We talk about making conservation of water, of life in California. To make that a reality, we do have to change the way that we think about gardening and landscaping. And we can do this in a way that builds climate resilience, including by building healthier soils, and planting gardens and landscapes that support native insects, birds, and other wildlife. So tremendous opportunity at the nexus of some really big challenges and opportunities that affect all of us across California. I appreciated, Kendall, that your comment about low-hanging fruit when it comes to native plant landscaping, and that's true. And at the same time, in order to do this at the scale that's required across California to meet these challenges, we're really going to have to transform our current systems. And this is actually the thinking behind the urban biodiversity campaign that I mentioned, drawing roughly from the analogy of the electric vehicle industry. If we're going to do this at scale, we're really going to need to continue to increase demand through education and marketing, but we also need to do a lot of foundational work up front to increase supply. And so much as the automobile industry, the EV industry has utilized, so policy has been a driver. Policy requirements create durable demand that can then support and accelerate industry transformation. So we need a similar kind of systems thinking informed by economics, love of native plants and nature, absolutely, and these other elements that we haven't traditionally brought into thinking about how we really do this at scale across California. So really excited about the opportunity to work with partners to think through how we really do this. How do we make that low-hanging fruit actually accessible and realizable as a goal? The last thing I just want to mention is we also have a huge need and opportunity to do more to close the nature gap. And to touch on something that you mentioned, Mark, we know that there are a lot of groups and communities in California that don't have the same level of access to nature that others do. So we know that, for example, people in communities of color, families with children, low-income communities don't have ready access to nature in many cases. So the opportunity to foster connections with nature where people live in our cities is so crucial to our health, to our connection to each other as people and to nature. And so urban biodiversity, our work on urban biodiversity and all of the issues that connect to it present just a fantastic opportunity to move this forward. So.
Thank you. And I'd like to piggyback on the nature gap. And I want you all to put yourselves in the shoes of a 12-year-old child. That has to do with education, surrounded by concrete, surrounded by noise pollution, surrounded by light pollution, surrounded by crime, but bless God, get your education. Green spaces is extremely important for multiple reasons. And like it was discussed here, now put yourself in the shoes of a single mom that might have a couple hours after work to go spend time with her kids, to go walk their dog. Do you think it's realistic that she can go drive to Yosemite or drive to Joshua Tree? Do you think it's realistically, economically for them? It's important that our kids have safe, green, public spaces where they can go. When there's a lot of stress and tension inside the home, they can go regroup, sit under a tree. Yesterday I was with Mark, and where we're under that willow tree, I mean, it was hot, and let me tell you, it was hot. But once we were under that willow tree, it felt like someone turned on the air conditioning. So when you're surrounded by concrete jungles, and every single time I drive towards LA, and I go up where that hill in West Covina, and I look out and I see the cloud of smog, I realize that 20 million American citizens are living under that cloud of smog. So we need more trees. I think if trees produce Wi-Fi signals, everyone would be planting trees. But unfortunately, they just sequester carbon and produce oxygen and makes our place cooler. So urban biodiversity and the sustainability to our cities, it's extremely important, extremely important. Please listen to these scientists who are up here in front.
Thank you. That was so great and interesting to hear. And I have so much I want to synthesize together, but I actually wanted to, I think it's a little bit of a continuation of this conversation that we've been having. If you wouldn't mind briefly, if you could pick your one thing that you think represents either a barrier you would like addressed or an amazing opportunity to move forward with urban biodiversity. If you can pick your one so that we can save time for some of the other questions, what would that opportunity or barrier be?
For me, living it or working in a municipality that's having budget issues just like everybody else, it's funding. Funding for grants is really great. There's a lot of funding for those really great, shiny new projects. Where I see a lack of funding is the long-term management of these areas. And so I'm inherited a bunch of grant programs and grant projects that are 10, 15 years old that had a bunch, $2 million thrown at them at the beginning. And then when the grant period was over, there's nothing. And so that's the biggest barrier for us at the city. It's that long-term funding. How do we fund? How do we figure out? And that might be an opportunity as well, is trying to find that funding that can help us manage these areas in perpetuity, create an endowment, whatever it may be, but just be able to manage them and increase the biodiversity and kind of take what the grant gave us and just keep moving it forward into the future.
Thank you. I'm going to speak from a position of a business. We're a municipal utility, but we operate a business. And I think in a business setting, the biggest barrier is understanding the financial value of nature and natural capital and the ecosystem services they provide, period. And I'm certainly not trying to reduce the spiritual, the emotional, the physical benefits, the connection benefits of nature to dollars and cents by any means. But we have to enable business decision makers to be able to incorporate natural considerations into business decisions. We talk about nature and we talk about environment in terms of recreation, in terms of compliance, in terms of reputation, for example. But we talk about everything else at the business table in terms of cost, in terms of rates, in terms of price, in terms of insurance, in terms of risk, in terms of workforce impacts that are all monetized. And it forces decision makers to really try to sit at the table and compare apples to oranges. And in doing so, really don't have the opportunity to fully understand the trade-offs or the opportunities. So that is something that I'm really excited about. There are efforts to do natural capital assessments. They're not perfect, but they can start to help us be able to have a common language at a table when making a business decision.
There's so many opportunities. We're paralyzed by opportunities. Some things that come to mind, which comes up in these talks a lot, is meeting people where they are, in their own yards, in their own apartments, in their neighborhoods. I take my Long Beach students to local parks, El Dorado, Colorado Lagoon. They've never been there. They've never heard of these places. They live in Long Beach. So there's that to overcome. I also begin my class with a campus walk. We have binoculars, we walk around campus. We see a ton of birds on one of the most manicured campuses I think I've ever been on, with almost zero native plants. Nonetheless, there is a corner of campus that's a weedy field. And that weedy field, thank God, is set aside because it's an indigenous area, Pavungna, and it is loaded with birds, and it's loaded with bugs and everything else. So meeting people where they are, the raptor study, the hawks that we monitor, we ask people where they want to monitor hawks, and they say, oh, well, I want to go to Griffith Park, Franklin Canyon. So go through the project, they kind of flake out because it's really hard to go up to Griffith Park. It's like, well, don't you have a hawk in your neighborhood? I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Well, why didn't you pick that one? It's like, well, I want to go to Griffith Park. It's like, well, okay. There's so much life going on in our streets, and there's so much opportunity for more through strategic plantings. There was talk of a backyard national park, or system, or a backyard state park system of just linking these little patches here and there. So yeah, I think there's a ton of opportunity in our urban core. Download iNaturalist and just get going, start doing it.
Thanks, Dan. I'm hoping I can be concise enough that I can cheat and maybe try to address two things very quickly. One is we need more data on the biodiversity benefits of native plants from California. Data that show that native plants are better at supporting native wildlife than non-native plants. I talked about the need for policies to drive transformational change and create more supply of native plants, we found that the lack of data from California has been a barrier to our ability to advance those kinds of policies and legislation. And then very quickly, Rachel just wanted to acknowledge the need and opportunity for more research at the intersection of urban ecology, environmental health, and environmental justice. We're seeing more of this, we need more of this, so we need more social scientists, economists, and researchers of a diversity of backgrounds, diversity of disciplines engaged in this space. Thanks.
Thank you, June. I think one of the main barriers that I see on a daily basis as I work directly with the media community is the fact that we're not necessarily always tracking what matters to the communities. And I love how my fellow panelist says we need to be able to speak their language and to be able to break it down. Like right now, as I'm interested in hearing all your wonderful work here that is in this room. There's a lot of people right now at Balboa Park that have no idea. When I was listening about the gardening in your campus, it might just be because of lack of knowledge. And so it's just bringing that. And one of the greatest examples, as we were campaigning for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, and we had some things to fundraise there. There is these tough-looking cholo dudes that came, tattooed, head. I mean, the people that you would probably say, like, where's my wallet, kind of gave that kind of vibe. No disrespect. But I remember he came up and he said, and hopefully I might use some sour language because that's the community language they use. They're like, hey, are those the bracelets that help save the ocean and shit? I was like, yeah, if you buy that, that's going to go towards conservation. Oh, that's cool, dog. Give me two, eh? I think as much as we want to talk about environmental engineers and scientists and biologists and all your incredible work, I will never forget that guy who doesn't know how to talk about ocean conservation, that has no idea. So one of the barriers is, how can we not only bridge the nature gap, how do we bridge that language gap? That not only the scientists, but the everyday grandma, el abuelito, la abuelita, and that cholo from East LA that wants to now help the ocean and shit. How do we fix that and how we solve that nature gap? That is a huge barrier that we need to work on. But the hope is, I think the future is the children. If we get them right, if we get them now, if we can expose them now, making sure that we are at school board meetings to make sure that I know it's cost and I get it, but now there's not even grass anymore where the kids can play, or even dirt, something that can absorb the heat. It's all concrete. So as parents, as people who have the data or tracking the right data, we need immediate solutions so the young people can experience us playing like we used to. When's the last time you've seen kids in a cast? And I'm okay with that. But when we were little, it was common that people were walking around with casts because they probably fell out of a tree or a monkey bar. Kids are under fluorescent lights, learning in artificial rooms, and then we're wondering why they're so vitamin D deficient. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's so great. I actually kind of want to piggyback off that for a second, and any panelist who wants to jump in on this should, but so we've been talking a lot about meeting people where they are and the benefits of urban nature to having such an easy example to go to for nature where people don't have to travel far or, those sorts of things. So would anybody like to talk more about the community-based work that they do involving urban nature and how working with communities helps shape how we think about urban biodiversity and its benefits?
Okay, so I'll just briefly talk about this because that's not certainly something that I deal with on a regular basis. I don't train children or take them out on trail hikes and stuff like that, but we have 9 different ranger districts in the city of San Diego, all focused on they're all community-based organization, community-based right there at Black Mountain or Otay River or Mission Bay or wherever they may be, but they really rely on the community to build their programs, through school involvement, all those different things. And I think that, is one thing that the city does really well is allows our rangers to kind of produce their own programs based on what the need is there. So there's not just one size fits all. It's in that community, what is the issue? And is it in Otay Valley, it's getting people out because there's a lot of low-income folks down there in the Otay Valley, getting folks, during school, so they don't have to go after school and don't have to wait for a permission slip or something like that. Take them during school when they're out there. So a number of different things that we do, but I'll let everybody else kind of talk about it too.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time because I think you all have some really good stories, but I would just say that everything we're talking about is really transformational. It's certainly transformational for an organization like LADWP, and we can't transform without community partners, period. We've been doing a lot of work with community partners on the climate side as we're trying to figure out how do we get to providing carbon-free power in ways that impact communities, positively and equally in terms of how we provide those services. And that has not always been the model. And so we need to do more on the biodiversity side too. And so I would just say it's really important for us, but I don't want to take too much time, so I'm going to pass this and have you tell some stories.
I will just briefly say, Mark, I'm so jealous of your situation with rangers in San Diego. The San Fernando Valley, where I do a lot of work, has about 1 million people, about 10,000 acres of parkland, and a single ranger. His job is mostly law enforcement, and he's unarmed. So it is about funding, but it's also about priorities and municipal priorities and how the society in which you live is prioritizing nature or not. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. I'll just say a couple of words here as well, which is for California Native Plant Society, most of our work with communities is done through our chapters. They're on the ground, 34 chapters within California, working in areas, doing everything from documenting local biodiversity to supporting local restoration and stewardship projects like the one that Dan mentioned. And of course, increasing opportunities for the public to engage with and understand native plants through things like native plant garden tours and native plant sales. And all of those connections are both increasing our ability to protect native plants and their habitats in support of our mission, and they benefit people as much as they benefit native plants. And so I think with that, I'll turn things over to Juan.
Thank you, June. As we're thinking of 30 by 30, right? If we're going to see 30 by 30, we need the barrio as much as we need the backcountry. And so to make sure that we expose our Hispanic in all of our communities in inclusive spaces where they can have fun, enjoy nature, connect with a park ranger, we have an initiative called Latino Conservation Week, where we've had over 300 events. Anybody here has done a Latino Conservation Week event? Oh, there's several hands. We have partnered with other conservation groups, Latino Outdoors, and all these Green Latinos, and all these amazing, incredible organizations. We partner with nonprofits and government agencies to take kids outside. And with that said, last year we did well over 300 and about 60 in California alone. And that is something that excites me because, again, as you can see, there's many gray hairs in my beard. So as you can tell, I am not getting any younger, my friends. So I always think that it's time for us to expose these kids and see the next Jane Goodalls, the next kids. And as though I want to see all races step up, but I would love to see a Latina Jane Goodall step up and lead the way.
I really think you should trademark the barrio is just as important as the backcountry. That's one of the best things I've heard today. So our session is starting to draw to a close, so I want to ask the last question for our panel and hopefully give you guys some time to talk about any multi-benefit projects you have going on in your jurisdiction that you're really excited about and want to champion.
I have a bunch, but I'll kind of focus on one or two. One thing that we're really, it's actually, I have a meeting, I'm leaving after here to go to a meeting to talk about this more. So Southwestern Community College here in San Diego has a remote sensing program where they use drones and remote sensing technology to help their students learn about GIS, drone operation, all that stuff. The city has a huge need to monitor our vernal pools and develop a microtopography study. So we don't have the money to pay for this. So we've been working with one of our other colleagues at the city, is a professor at City College. He made a contact with this guy at Southwestern College, where we are going to enter into a partnership with them where over the next few years, they will use their students, teach their students the technology, utilize their technology to benefit the urban biodiversity of our vernal pool systems by mapping the microtopography and the micro watersheds of all these vernal pool systems. It's part of our vernal pool habitat conservation program, but it is a multi-benefit in the fact that the biodiversity benefits, the city benefits, and then the Southwestern College, and then all these students that get this experience where you wouldn't be able to get this experience if you were in a consulting firm or something like that. You would be the low man on the totem pole, right? Now these kids are getting that experience in college, and they can bring that to their first jobs and have that experience and get out there and be the people that are doing this mapping and doing this and being on the cutting edge of this technology. And I think that is something I'm really, really excited about here in the near future. So.
Great. Well, I was so excited you spoke about the Chatsworth Nature Preserve earlier. That was actually a reservoir that was in operation for over 50 years. And in a water scarce place like LA, seeing that it was able to be transformed into a nature preserve is really exciting. I would just focus on, I think one thing I'm excited about going forward is we have a goal to double our capacity in stormwater capture. And one of the things that we're doing within the city of LA is focusing on parks and really being able to invest in and restore parks in neighborhoods where they're needed and be able to enhance our stormwater capture as well as capture benefits associated with increased biodiversity, natural, native species, vegetation, and so forth. So I think that's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain of these projects. One thing I'm really excited about is this project we have funded by WCB and others to look at connections through the LA Basin. So how do you get a steelhead from Long Beach Harbor up to Altadena? Is it one? It might be one dam. It might be two dams. It's a fish. It's underwater. Doesn't really care what's above it too much. But also these little slivers, the verge along the freeway that makes the little circular off-ramp that no one was able to irrigate, and now it's full of native species. Identifying all those little pockets and then building that support in the communities for maintaining these, preserving these, waving your hands vigorously when someone wants to develop these things, and just kind of raising their profile and getting folks aware of those, and then just putting it all on a map and just making it happen bit by bit to connect these places. So look forward to talking more about that.
Thanks, Dan. Well, I'm really excited that as part of our urban biodiversity campaign at CMPS, we're planning to launch a project, an initiative called the Biodiversity in Urban Gardens. I'll pause so you can absorb the acronym, the BUG project, which is designed to be a multi-benefit project pretty focused on community science, but will also include other elements. The community science piece is one where we envision working with people in communities across California to help generate some of that biodiversity data that's currently missing, that's needed to drive policy. So we envision a project that is creating science-rich experiences for communities close to home, especially for folks who might not have ready access to nature, and then connecting that to policy advocacy. And helping to accelerate some of that transformational change. So we're going to start out with a pilot project in the Bay Area. We're hoping to then, to take what we learn there and that scale that up across the state, working with other partners. There are obviously a lot of institutions across California, including some of our museums and zoos, that have a lot of depth of experience with community science, working with communities. So excited to launch the Bug Project.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. There's 3 main projects that I'm so excited and I'm so proud, because Hispanic Access isn't the one doing the work. What we do is we train, we equip our community, our faith leaders, our environmental scientists, and they do the work. So let me brag a little bit on a project that we have that's called El Aire que Respiramos, the air we breathe, which is a community science project. We have trained pastors and priests and a teacher's aide. And I want to highlight the teacher's aide because I'm a little biased because his name is Ruben Rosas and I'm Juan Rosas, so it's my son. He is a teacher's aide at his school, and he's also the cross-country coach. And so as he's tracking PM 2.5 and seeing the effects of PM 2.5 in our air, we teamed up with Purple Air, so we have a Purple Air monitor at the school that's measuring if the air is unhealthy. And so as he's a cross-country coach, do you know how vital that is and how dangerous it is when our athletes, our college, our football players, our baseball players, our cross-country kids? So in real time, one thing that we saw that was an absolute success is that the school adopted that when there was unhealthy levels of PM 2.5 due to a wildfire, that the kids had to be indoors or they obviously had to cancel practice. So that is something that we're really excited. That's 12 sites across the United States and 5 here in California. I also, let me brag about our Senderos a la Ciencia, which this one isn't particular in California, but hey, we need 30 by 30 global, not just 30 by 30 California. So with that said, Senderos a la Ciencia is Pathways to Science, where we teach STEM. And we start getting those young people that are going to be ready to go. Here in 10 years, we're going to be replaced by those, well, me, because I'm old. So we're going to be replaced by these young new scientists that are up and coming. And lastly, I want to highlight Nuestros Bosques, which we received the pass-through grant by the USDA to do urban tree planting in areas where we do see heat islands, where we see the lack of green spaces. So as we do some of these sites here in California and across our beautiful country, those are 3 major projects that I am very proud to see our community leaders at Hispanic Access take the lead.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to hear about all those great projects that are happening and thinking about ways that we can merge them with the projects happening at the NAT. It's so great to see that there's so much championing of urban biodiversity across the state, and that so many different kinds of organizations are having experiences with urban nature and promoting those experiences within their communities, whether that's like neighborhood communities or if, like, you know, in Kendall's case, that's like a business community kind of thing. So can we have a round of applause for our panelists and all the great work they've shared? And then I believe that concludes our session, and we'll be on break until the afternoon session starting at 2:40. Thank you all for coming to listen about urban biodiversity.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Olaf-Yang with the California Biodiversity Network. Wow, this sounds really loud. Let's see if I can adjust that. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Okay, I think they'll help adjust that. Thank you. All right, here I am. I'm here with the California Biodiversity Network, and I'm going to talk about metrics with meaning, assessing, tracking, and supporting 30 by 30 biodiversity conservation. We know that 30 by 30 is an important tool in our conservation tool belt, and we want it to be the sharpest tool it can be, so we want to look deeply into those biodiversity metrics, see how we are doing. Firstly, if you haven't heard of the California Biodiversity Network, you can take a QR code, add yourself to our mailing list if you aren't already. We're a network of over 900 conservation professionals working together to support the state biodiversity efforts, both 30 by 30 and beyond. So please join us if you aren't already. And this network supports both topical roundtables, hosting community of practice discussions, and also working groups with products, including the biodiversity assessment that I'm going to go over today. And yeah, please join us. The group that came together to work on assessing the biodiversity of our 30 by 30 lands came from these 15 different organizations, and a huge shout out to Jeanette Howard from the Nature Conservancy, who really spearheaded this effort, as well as Carrie Schloss from the Nature Conservancy, who led the data analysis on this. Okay. So what is it? We did a biodiversity assessment on both the 30 by 30 areas, as well as assessing what's off of those 30 by 30 conservation areas. So what biodiversity is on those other conserved lands, and as well as on the non-conserved lands. And we wanted to look at where there are gaps and what opportunities there are to fill those gaps to make sure that biodiversity can be best supported. So this analysis looked at 3 key areas. The first was the network composition, just asking what's in our 30 by 30 lands, what biodiversity do we have already? And then we looked into it a little further, asking how well are different habitats and different biodiversity features represented, what the gaps are and what the opportunities might be. And we also looked into 30 by 30 progress. So what is our progress to date, and what pathways have we been using to achieve this, and how well have we been doing in kind of filling those gaps that we identify in biodiversity conservation. And we hope that this assessment can be used to highlight biodiversity conservation to date and identify the gaps and opportunities again, but mostly as a decision support tool, right? We're halfway through this effort. We want to make sure that we are conserving biodiversity in the best way we can, choosing the areas to conserve and work to restore that will best support our biodiversity efforts. So we hope that this will help in those decisions moving forward in the next 5 years of this 30 by 30. So firstly, one question that everyone has, of course, most of you know since you are here at the 30 by 30 Partnership Summit, but just in case you didn't know, the lands that do count towards 30 by 30 are lands that are durably protected and managed to support functional ecosystems, both intact and restored, and the diversity of life that they support. And this most closely aligns with the California Protected Areas Database, and so CPAD, and California Conservation Easements Database, CCED, as GAP 1 and GAP 2. And those are areas that are, again, durably protected, as well as managed for biodiversity. And then other conservation areas which are both extremely important to conservation, but not necessarily in our 30 by 30 lands, are in those GAP 3 and GAP 4. So those are considered more other conserved lands. And you can see this mapped in the state. Here we have, sorry, let me just see. So here we show the map of the state in terms of these GAP statuses, and we did our analysis combining GAP 1 and 2 because those are our 30 by 30 conservation areas. And GAP 3 and GAP 4, we have those as lighter greens. Those are our other conservation areas. They're also more multi-use lands or even lands with unknown status, but those are in our protected areas database, so they're still considered as other conserved areas. And any lands that are not within that are considered non-conserved lands. So, all right. We know that those GAP 3 and GAP 4 lands, although they're not within those 30 by 30 areas, they have a really important role for biodiversity. They allow for connectivity between many conservation areas, and they have a huge biodiversity value. So they're other conserved lands, and also very important. So I just wanted to highlight that they're they're there. Okay, so our data and metrics. All right, so the next few slides I'll go through quickly. The data we use, we tried to be comprehensive with incorporating as much biodiversity data information in the state that we could. So that working group that I highlighted in the beginning came together and identified all of this biodiversity data and tried to incorporate it. So built off of what's in the CA Nature application on the CNRA website, but also went deeper and brought in other data sets that we have not incorporated before. So I'll go through these quickly, but I just wanted to show how much data that is really being incorporated. We took a deep dive into the available data sets in biodiversity in California. And we also built off of that areas of conservation emphasis, or ACE data set, which is in CA Nature, but we took a deeper dive analyzing across zones comprehensively, as well as finding gaps and opportunities within each of these data sets. And we also looked into, protections data, intersecting these ACE data sets with the 30 by 30 conservation areas. So asking how much of the highest biodiverse places are in our 30 by 30 conservation lands. And we did a broader approach as well, incorporating, applying this framework to other data such as freshwater to try to understand streams and floodplains, as well as connectivity, and leveraging new data such as eDNA, fungal data, as well as invertebrates that weren't incorporated into the CA Nature database. All right, so what you're most excited about, hopefully, is the results, and there are a lot of them. So I will try to show you just a sneak peek, and then there's a lot more coming. So again, I wanted to say that these results are based off of the 2024 release of the 30 by 30 conservation areas. So we're currently redoing this with the new release from last month, the 2025 data. So the report isn't yet out, but I'll give you a sneak peek of the results, and you can anticipate our report coming out with incorporating that 2025 data. And first, looking at network composition, what's in our 30 by 30 lands, why don't you take a second, close your eyes, and what do you think the top ecosystem might be in California? Just kind of close your eyes and think about it. And then also the top habitat type. And I will show you what we found. So the top ecoregions, because desert and Sierra Nevada are so expansive in our state, we find that Mojave Desert and Sierra Nevada incorporate nearly 50% of the 30 by 30 network. And because of these as predominant ecoregions, we can see that the major habitat types that are included in our 30 by 30 network as it is today are conifer forest and desert shrublands. Looking at how much of our 30 by 30 lands are within the resilient connected network. So this is a data set that identifies places where biodiversity is thriving and also connected and more resilient. So we find that 96% of our 30 by 30 lands currently are part of this resilient connected network. So that is great news to see. All right, moving to the second part of our analysis, the representation and gaps. And this is where I'll spend most of my time, because this is where we really wanted to see how well are we doing, how well are habitats and other features represented within our 30 by 30 network, and where are the opportunities to increase those that are less well represented within the state. All right, here's here we can see the proportion of land areas across the major habitat types. And you can see this dark green bar showing those 30 by 30 areas currently in the 30 by 30 conservation areas. The lighter green shows the area that is on other conserved lands, so those GAP 3 and GAP 4 lands of those habitats. So for example, you can see that there's quite a lot of conifer woodland and other conserved lands, and that green bar is pretty tall. And then those gray bars on the top is showing the amount of habitat or percentage of habitat that is on non-conserved lands. And we can pull two key pieces of information from these data, and I will show you here. You can see that these 4, desert woodland, desert shrub, conifer woodland, and shrub, are all at or above sort of the state level of conservation. So these are all above 25.2, or in this case, this year is 26.1, but they're all at or above those levels. And so they're sort of on par with how the state is doing in terms of conservation. And so the recommendation there may be to increase conservation, looking at representation on a more fine filter scale, looking at how well they're represented ecoregionally, or a more fine filter habitat species approach, or looking at connectivity when you're looking to conserve these areas or increase conservation of these habitats. The next piece you can see here is how much area is in those light green versus in gray. And so here you can see in the conifer forest and hardwood woodland, they're under state levels of representation, right? So they're under that 25%. And so if you wanted to increase the representation within the 30 by 30 areas, here you would look into increasing habitat durability as well as management for biodiversity in those GAP 3 and 4 lands, so other conserved areas. So increasing durability and increasing management for biodiversity in order to increase those 30 by 30 areas of conifer forests and hardwood forests. And you can see grassland and hardwood woodland, those have quite low representation compared to state levels. And you can also see that the main remaining habitat of grassland and hardwood woodland are on non-conserved areas. So acquisition and easements are really going to be needed to increase those habitats in representation within the 30 by 30 network. All right, to visualize this a little bit more quickly, since we have a lot of data, we categorize them in these different colors. So the reds are underrepresented features, so under those state levels. And blue is sort of on track or on par. And to show it with that last example, you can see that the shrub, conifer woodland, desert shrub, desert woodlands are in blue, so on track or on par with the state. We're not done, right? We're not done conserving those areas. That they're sort of closer to state levels. We would recommend, again, more ecoregional habitat representation approach, or looking into fine filter or connectivity. And then hardwood forest, conifer forests here are, again, lower than state levels, but a little bit closer. And then hardwood woodland and grassland are quite, they're underrepresented compared to state levels. And so those are the, that's how we're going to color code it. So hopefully that's easy to see as I kind of quickly flip through a few more results. So remember that darker reddish is more underrepresented, and blue is either on track or on par with the state. So these colors don't tell you about the ownership level. So these are just showing you how well, again, those are showing you how much is in that 30 by 30 conservation areas. So how much of that habitat is in the 30 by 30 areas already. So yeah, and it would depend on each different habitat. But again, I would have to look into that to answer specific habitat questions. But yes, hardwood, woodland, and grassland are mostly, the remaining are mostly on non-conserved areas. And so the other visualization, oh, sorry, I'll get to that in a minute. So the other thing I wanted to show you is that we can take from these colors sort of like what we would recommend for each of these habitat or features. So if there's some that we have just completely put out of this, so for example, wetlands, which are historically converted or rare features, we can kind of left them out of this, and so obviously the recommendation there is that conservation of all remaining features should be are needed. And then these two more red, the recommendation is obviously increasing conservation of the feature in order to match those state levels or become on par with the state levels of conservation. And again, for those that are on track or on par with state conservation levels, we're not done, right? We're not saying, oh, you're at about the same as the state. The recommendation would be, again, additional conservation would be needed, maybe more on a fine filter scale, looking at increasing connectivity for these habitats, or increasing representation eco-regionally, or even looking, if it's a species filter, looking more species level data. Or looking at increasing representation within disadvantaged communities or areas of other cultural significance is really important as well. So to get at ownership of what areas are not part of the conservation, 30 by 30 conservation areas. So we have created these pie charts as quick visualizations of that. So if you can see this more green pie chart here, this is showing when there's a habitat or feature with more green in a pie chart, it shows that in order to increase representation within the 30 by 30 areas, you would increase durability or increase the management for biodiversity in order to increase the representation of the habitat, right? So there's mostly lands available on other conserved areas, so mostly mostly areas on other conserved lands. And then on the other hand, if you have an area, a pie chart shown with mostly this light cream color, that's showing that there's mostly areas on non-conserved lands. And so in order to increase habitat representation or feature representation, you would need to look towards acquisitions and easements in order to make that increase. And then the ones that are more or less the same, it's balanced opportunity on both conserved and non-conserved lands. So to show how this looks with that first example, we have those hardwood, woodland, and grassland. As you remember, those are lower than state levels representation, but also that proportional opportunity is more on non-conserved lands, so acquisitions and easements would be needed. Versus this conifer woodland, most of the area is on other conserved lands, so the pathway to increase representation here would be to look towards increasing durability and protection status, or increasing management levels for biodiversity. Okay, so remembering that key, and I'll keep repeating it too, but hopefully it's easier to visualize. I'll go through a few of the results of the richness by taxa. So let's see how our taxa are doing within our 30 by 30 areas. So first we asked how well is high biodiversity richness represented. And so you can see that there's slightly, the top ranked biodiversity is actually slightly under state levels. And a lot of the remaining conservation areas are on non-conserved land, so the opportunity would be to increase those top biodiversity areas through acquisitions and easements. So future acquisitions and easements should really focus on this top biodiversity ranked status in order to incorporate those areas into our 30 by 30 network and improve our biodiversity within that 30 by 30 network. You can see here that plant richness, the proportional opportunity there is mostly on other conserved lands. So to increase areas in the state with high plant richness, the opportunity is mostly to increase durability within those other conserved areas, as well as increase management for biodiversity. All right, and looking into taxa even further, I'll just point out a couple of these. Since I'm not going to go through every one of them, there's so much data here. You can see that bird richness is quite low on the representation within the state, and most of that available area is on non-conserved land. So the pathway here to increase areas of high bird richness would be through acquisitions and easements. We also find that mammal richness is, the areas of high mammal richness are lower representation than state levels, and most of the opportunity of areas with high mammal richness are on other conserved lands. So the opportunity here is, again, increased management for biodiversity and increasing durability. And you'll see that reptile richness is on par with state levels. That, again, doesn't mean we're done. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. You'd have to look more at ecoregional level, species specific, and try to look at representation and more fine filter approach there. Or maybe even looking towards connectivity to improve reptile richness areas. And speaking of connectivity, we also looked at connectivity metrics. We used Omniscape to characterize the 30 by 30 network, and this is a layer that categorizes the amount of movement across the landscape from diffuse, which is this blue color, which is showing more broadly intact areas with more movement, and then intensified and channelized linkages, so these green and red areas are showing areas with more flow and far more flow respectively than would be expected in the absence of nearby barriers to movement. So those are areas where the flow is really intensified in those areas. Oops. No, I might have pushed the button. Can you help me advance the slide up there, please? Great, thank you. We also looked at climate connections. And we find that both opportunities for increasing areas of channelized connectivity as well as missing linkages are on non-conserved areas, so acquisitions and easements are really going to be needed to protect those. And we, again, took those out of this because you really wouldn't want just 30% of linkage. Really, you need 100% of that in order to protect that area. All right, and then lastly, we looked at, I'm just going to show you aquatic features. There's so many results here. I'll just go through this one, last one about aquatic features. Again, we took out remaining wetlands and groundwater dependent ecosystems from this framework because they're so rare and historically degraded that it didn't make sense to, and mostly all remaining features are needed to be conserved, right? And we saw that the proportional opportunity there is mostly on non-conserved areas, so acquisitions and easements are really going to be needed to increase remaining wetland and groundwater dependent ecosystems. All right, and the last part of our analysis was the progress. So we looked at what was the progress to date and how well is this progress actually helping to fill those gaps that we identified through that last analysis. These are the three ways that lands get incorporated into the 30 by 30 areas. So they're either newly protected lands, so lands that were either privately owned or unprotected and are moved into conservation ownership. There's a change in management, right? You can have an area that wasn't very durably protected or wasn't managed for biodiversity, and that change in management allows it to increase into this Gap 1 and Gap 2 status and incorporate into 30 by 30 lands. Example of this is the national monument designations, right? That's a change in management that moves lands into the 30 by 30 areas. And the lastly is through improved data. So this is a hugely overlooked piece of this, but we can't protect what we don't know. And so a lot of this effort has been cataloging and incorporating the data across the state. And so I'll just give you a look at what we found. The newly protected, so since 2022, and again, this is with data from 2024, so it still needs to be updated with this year's data. 1.5 million acres were added into the 30 by 30 conservation areas, with 400,000 as newly protected lands, and 100,000 under enhanced management, and so that's mostly through those national monument designations. And then also, we found that there was an amazing data improvement effort, and this is a huge props to the push through CNRA as well as work from Green Info Network to get data into these CPAD and CCED databases. We can't protect what we don't know. I'll say it again and again. Please get your data in. If you have data on lands that are not in here, it really helps us to figure out how to track and categorize these lands if they're in these CPAD and CCED databases. And so you can do that through the Green Info Toolkit to increase our knowledge of what we have. But it's an amazing effort. Over 1 million acres have been added based on this improved data alone. And the rest of my presentation, I'll just focus on the newly protected lands piece for the last couple of slides before I turn it over to Cassie. All right. Do you remember in the very first slide when we talked about, in the very first slide talking about gaps in representation, there was low representation of both hardwood woodland and grasslands, and that the proportional opportunity was mostly through acquisitions and easements. The great news is that the new protection has really increased hardwood woodland habitat as well as grassland habitat through acquisitions and easements. So the state is doing an amazing job increasing those representation of habitats that were underrepresented within the 30 by 30 network. However, there's other habitats that are continuing to stay underrepresented and will still need some work. And so we'll have to continue to work on increasing that representation. But it's great news to see those two that were so low in representation actually becoming higher based on the effort in the last few years. All right, and counties with the most newly protected lands include San Luis Obispo, Kern County, Riverside, San Bernardino, and Merced and Santa Barbara. So these are the counties that have the most percentage within that newly protected area. We also find that 95% of the conserved lands expand the protected area network. And this is important because it means that they are connected, right? We want these new areas not to be isolated. We want them to be connected to other conservation lands. So it's great to see that 95% of our newly conserved areas are expanding that protected areas network. So that was great to see. We also found that 63% of the newly conserved areas are within priority populations. And so these priority populations are identified with the California Air Resources Board. And it's a combination of these disadvantaged communities as well as low-income communities, so at or below statewide median income. So 63% of our newly conserved areas are within those priority populations, so that's really exciting. Breaking that down a little further, 30% are within disadvantaged communities, and then here that is defined as burdened by pollution and or more vulnerable to the effects of pollution. And 59% of newly conserved areas are within low-income communities, which is great to see also. So this is based on that CARB data set, also the California Air Resources Board. Main takeaways from our progress is that it's great to see that there's 1.5 million acres and even more with that Pathways report released last month. And the state is making great progress on representation, increasing representation of habitats that were lower compared to state levels of conservation. So it's great to see that. We're also excited that 95% of the newly protected lands expand that existing protected area network. And before I turn it over to Cassie, I just wanted to say that this whole effort is just to kind of push towards more of the quality, right? 30 by 30 is in essence a counting effort, right? But we want to make sure that it's not just 30%, it's a good quality 30%. And keep pushing towards that quality, keep thinking about how to not only choose lands that will increase and support our biodiversity, but also expand what we have. And so thinking critically about how we can approach this in the next 5 years in terms of supporting our biodiversity. All right, and now Cassie's going to talk about a web app. So I did mention our report isn't out yet. We're still updating it with the 2025 data, but Cassie is going to come up and talk about the web app that we do have for you to play with. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Hi. Oh, yeah, we can clap. Awesome. I'm Cassie. I'm also in CBN. I'm, oh, that's your next slide. Okay, this is my slide. So I'm a postdoc working with the California Biodiversity Network, and my expertise is in math and computer science. And so me and Carl Bettiger at UC Berkeley worked with the California Biodiversity Network to build a web application. So you see all this cool data, and you're seeing our report, and you're asking questions like, well, what land managers have all the grasslands, and so on and so forth. And so this tool allows us to talk to the data and dig deeper into the data. We use, as part of it, large language models, as well as cloud optimized data that allows us to quickly visualize these results. There's a QR code that you can scan that will take us to the app. There's a screenshot of it here. We cannot do a live demo in the theater, so I have some videos to show you of it. Let's see. So I'm included screenshots from Rachel's of the presentation and showing how we can recreate these charts in our app and how to take it a step further. So we have a static image on the left-hand side, or yes, right? Yeah, okay, your left, my right, okay. And then on the right, we have the same data, and so I pressed play, and I just said, show me Balboa Park in San Diego. And so it uses an LLM, and we can zone in and look at this data a little closer. So there we are. And so I'll talk a little bit more about the language model, but the whole point is to dig deeper into the data. We talk about network composition and how a lot of that is desert shrub. So we also have a bunch of filters in our data that we can explore. So I will click on it. We can group the data by habitat type, and it will create our pie chart. And now let's look at only 30 by 30 conserved lands, because that's what's in our network. And the chart will update, and you'll see, yes, majority are desert shrub, but a lot of that is federal land. So if we filter out federal and manager type, you can see how the network composition changes. And so we have a lot of different kinds of filters to play with, and it allows you to, what if we just wanted to look at gap 3 lands or gap 4 lands? And so all the same charts from the report are reproducible in the app. We have a lot of different grouping variables. We have ecoregions. I'll press play so you can see. We have ecoregions, we have climate zones, we have manager types, land tenure status like easements or non-easements, access if it's open to the public. And so all of these network composition charts, we can create them in the app. And once again, filter things out. Let's take out federal land since the majority. We also have counties, so you can look specifically at a county and see how it changes. But yeah, so the app is very dynamic like that. Let's see, did I click on the last one yet? Cool. Great. And then feature representation, we have a lot of different features included. We have the habitats that we talked about, ecoregions, climate zones, managers. We have a lot of biodiversity data. We have the amphibians, reptiles, all the ACE biodiversity data. We also have some freshwater species, freshwater species richness. We have the priority populations, disadvantaged communities, farmland, wetlands. And so here we can recreate the same chart where they get the feature representation from. So I'm looking at reptile richness, and I toggled that on. You can see, okay, what is it, 40%? And now let's take out federal land. How does that change the percentage? So it just allows you to quickly filter the data. And then, is the video done? Cool. We also have feature representation for habitat types. We have that same bar chart that, did I press play? Awesome, that was created. And so we can see that, where am I looking at? The proportion of all of these, and then once again, filter it. So here I decided, because we're all in San Diego, to zoom in just on San Diego County and see how the feature representation for habitat types look for protected areas in San Diego, or San Diego County, I should say. So yeah, I guess we all have different questions about the data. We're all interested in conservation, and so we wanted to have this supplement the report so that you're able to look at the jurisdictions that you're interested in. So for the last part, I'll talk a little bit about the chatbot. So we use open language models, which means that they're free. Importantly, they're free, sorry. We use ones that are hosted at the UCSD's National NRP, National Research Platform. So we use those language models and some other open ones. It's also, open models tend to be smaller, so they're more environmentally responsible. And with every single chatbot query, the output is reproducible. So it uses SQL. So essentially you have this big data, and we use SQL to query data. So all the chatbot is doing is turning your text question into SQL. So I will press play so you can see me type. I had to do it a million times so I didn't have a typo. And so here I decided to look at an underrepresented habitat type, and see, I focused on hardwood forest in San Diego County, where at least a third of it was in disadvantaged communities and wasn't in the 30 by 30 network, right? There's a lot of different questions that I threw into one. But the chatbot is able to take that question and convert it into a SQL code and then extract it and map it. And then now you can download the data, look further into those areas. And so we know that we're talking about opportunities to increase certain habitat types. If we want to look at existing, like GAP 3 or GAP 4 lands that have certain habitat types, we're able to, basically it helps, it's kind of seen as a decision support tool for individuals to kind of target their efforts. And yeah, the cool thing about it is that you don't have to go on to CA Nature and download the data, and then we use the report uses 50 data layers. So you don't have to do that. You can instead use this app, which, and you don't have to know SQL. You don't have to necessarily know how to program. All you have to do is you're talking to the data, you're asking it a question, and that's what we're using the LLM for, is to write that SQL query and then give you the results. So then you can download that data and take it to your colleagues and continue discussions. So yeah. All right. Okay. I guess this is the Q&A.
Yeah, I guess this is the Q&A. We have, I think, about 15 minutes. I probably sped through a little bit too fast on my section. But if you have questions, if you want to go over anything, we're here to answer questions or talk. You want to sit down? Any questions? Any thoughts? Yeah.
I've got a question about, so are there plans to, oh, okay. Are there plans, now that you know where those gaps are there and you have the model to identify where you can close those gaps and contact those landowners and be really intentional about those pieces that you're looking for?
At this point, we're just focusing on getting the report out and hoping that you can take it from there, right? But that is a really great potential that you could look into specifically different gaps and do that. And so we're hoping that the report will be out, and as Cassie was saying, kind of you can look at your own jurisdiction, your own habitat, that maybe your organization is focusing on deserts. You can look at those, specifically hone in on those areas that need additional conservation and then move from there. But yeah, all of the above is needed, right? Thank you for bringing that up. And I do think that's something that will be a next step, but I don't know who will do that. So following up and keeping tabs and making sure it happens will be, yes, great. Make sure to do that.
So for the taxa layers, you have all of the species that occur in the different geographic areas?
Yeah, so they pulled in the biodiversity data, the best biodiversity data that we can have for the state. So it may not be perfect, right? So especially depending on the taxa, sometimes it's better or worse data. So if you have biodiversity data that is not in ACE data sets and that we don't know about, you can get your biodiversity data incorporated to improve that. It's an ongoing effort, right? It's not going to be perfect, but the exciting thing is that these data sets were identified by that working group as the best that we know of in the state. And so hopefully those data will continue to improve, and we'll continue to update this as the data improve over the years. Yeah. Did that answer what you were asking? Okay, great. Yeah. Right.
My question is about how often does this data get updated, and I guess I mean, so one of the things I'm thinking of is here in Monterey County, we are doing a bunch of fine scale vegetative mapping. There's also a bunch of LiDAR work that we're doing on our different preserves, and so I'm just curious if that is also then going to get pulled into this, and is there like a central place that we're supposed to go to make sure it gets included, or sort of what's the process there?
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if you want to answer this or have any more insights on this, but one of the main places to put it is in the ACE data set, so that areas of conservation emphasis, those CDFW managed data sets. So if you can get your biodiversity data in there, that's the main place that we're pulling from. And I don't know if you have any additional insights on that.
You're
also?
correct, yeah.
Okay.
ACE data is
Yeah, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I can add a little bit to that. One of the challenges.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am Rod Kelsey with the Nature Conservancy. Our team was working with these two on this, and one of the challenges, what you're talking about, Jeanette, is that we really need the data to be consistent across from wall to wall for these analyses to work. And so, highly, precise local data are great, but they're going to be really different from place to place, and so you can't aggregate it and get an analysis done like this. So that's where statewide data become sort of critical. But we could all be working towards sort of having that data of that precision, wall to wall, and then put it all together and be able to improve the precision of the data. I'm also going to answer, since I have the microphone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Answer your question again, just to give you an example. So we've a lot of these data were the stuff that we developed and put into ACE for that very reason. And we've been using it deliberately to drive our own conservation priorities. So we have maps, and what we've done is take these data and other data to do an analysis that asked, how can we achieve 30 by 30 in the most optimal way? And you can do that by reducing the amount of money you need to spend, the number of transactions you have to do, or the number of acres you need to protect in terms of to get the most biodiversity value. And that was published. Happy to share it with you. But that's actually what is driving TNC California's priorities. So those of you who have seen the San Andreas Corridor program show up in Proposition 4, that is where that came from, is analysis using these data.
Thanks.
Hi, thanks. Just to follow up on that a little bit, Laura Pollock from McGill University, and I do conservation optimizations. And I think you really have all the ingredients here to do a little bit more of that, so maybe not so specific, but a few different things that, so for example, if you're interested in a particular species, you protect it in one area, you also need to protect it in another area. And I think there's some really simple optimizations that you could do using this tool with the LLM, which would be really, really cool. And you could start with a case study, but everything else is there. In fact, I think the optimization is kind of the easy part after you've done assembling all the data and the LLM. So I would just encourage you to go in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Let's work together. I did my PhD in optimization, so I would love to do that.
Very cool. And you can have questions, comments, everything's welcome. It can be more of a discussion too. So if you're done with questions but just want to add on, it's great. But if, oh yeah.
About species as part of those permits. I'm curious, hearing the gentleman from TNC say you have to have this similar data sets across the state in order to use this model.
Right.
I would think like Department of Transportation has a lot of data about endangered species or species that something could cull through those reports and pull it out for across the state. That's not like just data putting it into ACES.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you want to respond to that? Yeah.
I think you're right. I think the BIOS and the CNDDB, which is empirical data on the presence of endangered species, is an example, but it even though it's statewide and relatively consistently managed, it's still spotty, is the only challenge. Mm-hmm. But maybe these larger language models will help us suck in all of those paper data at some point and bring it all in. I doubt it, but.
Yeah, way up there, Kim. There's a question.
Oh, God.
Might be more maybe for him, but is there a similar effort happening on the coastal waters front?
Yeah, not at this time.
The end.
Oh. The question for those watching the live stream was, is there a similar effort on coastal waters? We hope that in the future that there will be, but there isn't at this time. So that would be great to do. Yeah, this is currently only the terrestrial side of the 30 by 30 effort right now. But we were excited to incorporate a lot of freshwater data because just getting those lands and waters and kind of looking deeper into that was pretty exciting. So, but yeah, unfortunately, no coastal waters in this data set yet.
All of the data that is being collected by like iNaturalist and community science, is there an effort to think about how to incorporate community science into the model?
Yeah, and do you have insight onto that, Cassie? Because I think definitely we hope to get more and more biodiversity information from those community data sets, but is it incorporated at all yet into this? I don't think
no.
So.
I only use. I can touch on that a bit.
Oh, great.
So
Okay.
CDFW is currently working with Cal Academy of Sciences and iNaturalist on trying to streamline the pipeline that feeds iNaturalist data into CNDDB in particular.
Yeah. And with that, a plug for California Biodiversity Day that's coming up in September. Get out there and document species. The 30 by 30 is doing a document 30 species for 30 by 30, so you can do that and participate in those data collection through iNaturalist. And then that's great to hear that it's working to be incorporated into these data sets. Super cool.
There is sort of a pipeline right now. It's not terribly efficient, but they're working on improving that. And
That's great.
if you have questions about California Biodiversity Day, thank you for that shameless plug, Rachel.
Of course. Yeah, and Kim's our representative for that California Biodiversity Day. So you can also visit the California Biodiversity Network table out there, and that has some information about California Biodiversity Day as well. Another question over here.
Model for what we might want to do in Massachusetts, but so it can't use local data, but it can use stuff from iNaturalist. What's the?
Yeah, so statewide in that, and that pipeline is trying to get it into the ACE data sets. Kim, is that correct?
It's trying to get it directly into CNDDB.
CNDDB, okay. Yeah, and so if it's a statewide data set like that, it can be used, and I'm guessing that you'll have localized areas with more data collection, but since it's a statewide data set, it can be used rather than, and I don't know if you wanted to give more detail about that, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm not sure about iNaturalist, but eBird data, they translate all of those observation data into predictive models of relative occurrence. And so they're turning it into a statewide data as if the whole state was surveyed, even though the whole state wasn't surveyed. That's sort of the distinction.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be surprised if iNaturalist is moving towards that if they haven't already.
Yeah, and any biodiversity data set is going to have issues, right? But we're hoping that, the more data that comes in, the better we'll be able to answer these questions and to get at that bigger picture of how well we're doing. Yeah, well, if there aren't any other questions or comments, you can have a couple minutes extra break, but if you want to keep discussing, we'll be here and happy to chat off the live stream, but I'm happy to keep talking about this. Thanks for being here and listening to us as we talk through this analysis. It's been fun.
Welcome back, everyone. How was your sessions? How were the breakouts? Thumbs up? Okay, come on. We can do a little bit better than that. How were the sessions? Awesome. Awesome. A major, major thank you to all the people who put those together. Those were not organized by California Natural Resources Agency. Those were organized by all of you, by your peers, by your colleagues. And I had a chance to pop into a few of them, and there was incredible content, more than I could go into, so I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you what some of your key takeaways are. So to close out the day, we have an incredible session of folks, and I'm just here to introduce Armando Quintero, who's the Director of State Parks. And part of the reason I asked to be able to introduce him is because I've known him since I moved to California. So I've known you probably 17, 18 years. And it's been a real honor because he is a person that always brings heart to his work. The number of times I've sat with him and heard a story that has literally made me cry or have goosebumps, I've lost count of. And so when we were thinking about how do we close the day with something that's emotional, that touches our heart, that will leave you inspired and thoughtful going forward, I could think of no one better than Armando to help introduce this and moderate this session. Also, he was appointed State Parks Director on 2020, which is 30 by 30's birthday. So I think it's serendipitous. And so with that, I'm not going to go through your very long and accomplished past. But I am going to go ahead and turn this over to you and say thank you for helping us close this up.
Thank you, Megan. Hello. It's so good to see all of you and to have been here the last 24 hours with many of you. Really an honor. As a child, my parents didn't go to parks. Parks were something that were of the imagination for me. National Geographic, Encyclopedia Britannica, the places where I saw images. I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to work in nature, but I didn't know how. I imagined myself in the pages of National Geographic. And there's a lot of stories between there and now, but I will say that in my lifelong work in parks since I was 20 years old, and now as director of the California Department of Parks and Recreation, I was actually thinking just yesterday that the Department of Parks and Recreation doesn't really capture what we are. And a lot of times, you know, that a business has sort of a subtext under the title of the business. And I think that sort of a subtext that I realize I carry with me is that the Department of Parks and Recreation is also about nature and humanity, because that's really where the connection happens. And for all of us, I think that it is the arts that connect us more closely to nature. Parks exist because of the arts. It was writers and scientists and painters that went to the halls of Congress and said, you ought to make a park out of this. You ought to make a park out of this. And it really shaped the early Western mind parks. But today we're going to have the real pleasure of experiencing nature and these wild places through the eyes of 3 different groups of artists. But I'd also like to share this, that for me, certainly as a child, parks were of the imagination and they were about connection. I'm going to tell you 2 quick stories which both changed me, and they're recent. When I worked at UC Merced, next to the UC Merced campus in the Central Valley, there's a 16,000-acre vernal pool complex. That's the oldest soils in California, and the vernal pools are made up of soils that washed off of what is now the Sierra Nevada. They're the ancient soils that were out there before those mountains raised up and then came down into the valley. And vernal pools are places where in the winter they are the coldest and wettest places in the Central Valley of California. And in the summer, some of those soils reach temperatures of 108 degrees, 109 degrees. The crazy thing is there is a whole range of plants and animals that have adapted to live in that space. So I almost think of those places as being like from another planet. Just incredible extremes. Once a year in the vernal pools next to the UC Merced campus, there's a group of scientists that spend 3 days out there, and I've had the privilege of going out there and hanging out, looking at creatures and plants and really just marveling. And one year I invited the new dean of the School of the Natural Sciences at UC Merced and a young woman who raised money for that program. Her name is Hannah. And she was born and raised in Merced. And these vernal pools are literally 25 minutes from downtown Merced. Hannah got her degree at UC Berkeley, came back and started raising money for the campus. We were out there for a gorgeous weekend, and on Sunday morning, a couple mornings after we'd been there, I was talking with the dean, and Hannah came walking towards us. And she looked like she was crying. And I said, Hannah, are you okay? And she pushed her hair away from her face. And she said, I didn't know that I lived here. To me, that is what I want for the people of California to realize. It was just so powerful. The work that we've been doing in parks, and then I'll get to the introductions here, has included putting together memorandums of understanding with tribes across California. Currently, 54% of state park lands are under co-management agreements with tribes, which is awesome. And, excuse me, I should have drunk some water. But with the Yurok tribe, that agreement included the fact that Yurok tribal members could get into the fee areas up in the North Coast Redwoods without paying a fee to go back to their ancestral lands. And the chief operating officer, a wonderful person named Carolyn, drove into a park that is called Sume. And when she got to the entrance station, her 6-year-old daughter in the back seat said, "Can I tell them that we're Yurok?" And she said, "Sure." So her 6-year-old put her head behind her mom's car seat and looked at the ranger and said, "Hey, we're Yurok." The ranger said, "Welcome home." And as they drove in, 6-year-old, this 6-year-old girl said, "Mom, they see me." These parks are yours, and it's wonderful artists like these that help take us to places that bring us together in a common experience that oftentimes is based in nature. And I think that it is something that we need at this time in our history and moment. I know that, we all are experiencing various types of grief. Almost at any given time that can be happening. But the thing about grief, I think, is that it connects you to empathy. And when you're in a place of empathy, it connects you to humanity. And I think that now, more than ever, we need this. So, Jean-Luc and Cassie are two wonderful circus performers. And I'm going to ask you, Jean-Luc, to tell us a bit about your background, and Cassie about your experience with the circus school here in San Diego and the things that you do, and talk a little bit about how that connects us to nature in your mind.
Sure.
Yeah. There you go.
Hi. Hello. Hi. It's such an honor, I tell you, to be here, because for me in my life it's like a full circle. I started off wanting to be involved with nature somehow, and I got steered away. I was a rock climber, climbed El Cap, Half Dome, up in Baffin Island, bugaboos, so on and so forth. And I was really into nature, and then something hit me hard, and that was using my body in so many different ways. And then I discovered circus. Now, how does circus relate to the parks? How does circus relate to nature and so on and so forth? Well, it does. I'm of a contemporary circus. I performed with Cirque du Soleil 3 different tours. My last show was Alegria. I had the lead role. I was a tumbler, hand balancer, acrobat. But I also played something that was called the Ugly Old Bird. I was a 350-year-old bird. The costume itself was worth more than my 5-year salary. But it was designed after my body, my face, if I was 350 years old. But the important part is, we studied the birds. They brought in community art. They brought in bouffons. They brought in all these artists to help us understand how a bird, how an animal, whether I was a bird, there were other people that were not birds, but it was how do you move? How do you live? After touring Alegria for 5 years, that bird in me, it never goes away. That knowledge that I learned never goes away. Now, one of the things I did in my youth was I worked for Outward Bound. I was the rock climber director, and I had the opportunity to work with the Inuit and understand their relationship to powwows, dances, and so on. And I was young. I didn't know anything. I just took it in. But when I started to discover more about California and the indigenous species because of the zoo, the condor, and all these things, I incorporated into our shows. And one of the things that I have a large respect for is the Kumye and what I've learned from that culture, from that part of nature and their place. And same thing I did in Outward Bound. We're trying to strive to present that. Now, the show that we did last year in 2024 for winter, it was called Layers. And And layers represents all of us and the different parts of our lives. And it follows something called the hero's journey, which is a narrative that tells a story on how you approach a situation, how you approach part of your life cycle. And that's something in our show that we are going to present to you after this symposium. And I'm going to have Cassandra talk a little bit about layers and how the hero's journey follows layers.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Cassie Nelson. I did the preparatory program for 2 years, and fortunately now I am at the National Circus School in Montreal, which has just been an amazing experience. But for today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Layers show, which we're going to present to you. It is this kind of cycle that brings all of us together. So we start with our first flip, which is kind of that call to action. We bring everybody in, we bring in a network of people. You'll kind of see that in our handstand act. We kind of move together as a unit, almost as if like a breath work, which then leads us into our full teeterboard act, which you'll kind of see that climax or, the individual issues, and you'll see us working together to help each person go through their different flips and their different issues. And then ultimately we end with a resolution, whether it's loss, life. It's a full cycle, and we end together, and then it always repeats, just like the hero's journey. We all go through different aspects of the hero's journey, and we really hope that you guys will look at it kind of from that perspective and see the different natural aspects that we put into it. And yeah, we're just really excited to be here. Thank you guys. Yeah.
San Diego Circus Center, every year we get about 35 to 40 students from all over the world to come train for 9 months to 2 years to 3 years. So everything that we do, we don't bring in a director, we don't bring in a choreographer, well, we do sometimes, but it's to assist the students to build their own show. And that's what's important, that we do it as a community, that we do it as a cadre. So that's San Diego Circus Center. Thank you so much.
I'll break some news to you and we'll see what happens. I was talking to Jean-Luc earlier, and we have a new program at State Parks. It has been in existence for about a year. It's called Arts in California Parks. And we're looking at all the arts. We're doing poetry events, music events, painting, all kinds of things. Guess what we're going to talk about? Yeah, we're talking about bringing some of Jean-Luc's work out to the state parks where you all can visit and see it and experience this work in nature. So thank you again so much. And right after we're done here, we're going to go outside, and Jean-Luc and his team is going to perform right out in the auditorium where you were all sitting at tables just a few minutes ago. Okay? So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now it's my pleasure to bring Betsy and Harrison to the stage. And they are the founders of Sustain Music and Nature. And I had a wonderful, Those of you who arrived early heard one of the performances and saw one of the performances that they did in nature. And I had the pleasure of hanging out with these guys for a couple hours last night, and it was just super fun thinking about art and talking about their experiences and our experiences in the world of art and nature of all kinds. And so with that, could you talk about your program and tell us about art and nature?
Yeah, thanks for having us, Armando, and everyone here who's doing such great work in California. It's really inspiring. So today we're going to share with you a little bit about how we're using music to build fans for public lands. I'm Betsy Mortensen. I am co-founder of Sustain Music and Nature, and I am the natural resources nerd half of this equation. So y'all are my people.
And I'm Harrison Goodale. I studied upright and electric bass in college, and then after graduating, I did the responsible thing and joined a band.
And I have to say, they have a son who's a year and a half old, and his name is Swift, because there are chimney swifts that roost at their house every year.
Yeah, so shout out Swift. Maybe you're watching with Granny. All right, so we grew up in Connecticut, and you can see that's sort of a blank spot on this map of federal public lands. But I had the privilege of going to undergrad in Colorado, where I learned about the history of public lands. I got to experience all sorts of them, and I really fell in love.
And I didn't even start to begin to explore any of these places until I went on tour with my band, Parsonsfield.
Well, in the meantime, while we're waiting for the next slide or something, so tell us, Harrison, about your experience not seeing public lands until you went on the road.
Yeah, so I guess it really opened up my eyes to, I think my experience wasn't totally uncommon for a lot of people in that, I didn't really understand the value and the grandeur of public lands until I actually got out and got to see them.
He does a lot of advocacy work for America's public lands, and that work really inspired me. But also I feel at that time, about 10 years ago, much of the environmental messaging was super negative. And if you read that little fact, it just can be really hard to get people on board with you if they're afraid of survival. So we thought there's got to be a better way to bring people together.
Yeah, and after spending almost 10 years on the road, a big takeaway for me from being on tour was that music is able to bring complete strangers together over a shared emotional interest, and that music has the power to engage and activate people with vastly different backgrounds.
So we put our strengths together to create Sustain Music in Nature, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that we started in 2015. Sustain Music in Nature builds new fans for our public lands by capturing the emotional pull of music and the cultural capital of musicians.
And we do this through two main project areas, the first of which we call trail sessions, which are hikes and concerts on public lands. We hold those in sponsorship with land trusts, state and federal land agencies. The land stewards hold educational hikes for the audience, and then that's followed by a concert featuring emerging artists. And we've held these sessions in Connecticut, Colorado, New York, and in Maine.
I think the ghosts from our 1780 house came with us.
The ghosts have followed us and are now in the system. And apart from trail sessions just being a ton of fun to put on, we found that they have been really great at driving new visitorship to public lands, as well as developing new fan bases for working musicians.
Our other main program, our flagship program, is called Songscapes, and that's where we send major musicians out to America's public lands for week-long songwriting retreats, and they turn that week of adventure into inspiration for a new song. We capture that experience with videographers, and then get that song and that music video out to as many people as possible. And we've done 8 of these so far across the US from, there we go, Alaska, Maine, all sorts of places. And that's been in partnership with land agencies, nonprofits, and universities. And we've hosted top-tier artists at those, including Grammy nominees. Outcomes for Songscapes have been super cool. Over 10 million people have been reached by our Songscapes program. We had a billboard in Times Square, which still blows my mind. We've had our music videos in all sorts of film festivals. We've been able to work with bigger and bigger artists, like KT Tunstall, who's a platinum artist, and you've probably heard her song Black Horse in a Cherry Tree a few times. And one of our first Songscape locations ended up getting enough public support to be designated a national monument by Obama in 2015. But to really kind of understand songscapes, to feel it, hear it, and just see how we're able to help people take that first step to acknowledge that places exist, acknowledge that they deserve our protection and care. You really got to see a songscape. So hopefully we will share one that we've done in Wyoming featuring Seed Skiddy National Wildlife Refuge and North Carolina folk rock band River Wireless.
What kinds of things have you really been surprised by in your work in the field, or just at any moment that is a memorable surprise?
I would say one thing that's most surprising to me is just how much the land stewards play a role in shaping the musicians' experiences. Just that passion that stewards have really translates to the musicians, and it gives so much character to that experience. Like, I remember one of our first ones in Maine. We had a retired state parks guy, and he was a character. I think he was drunk as a skunk, driving a bus through logging roads in Maine, calling for moose at night. And then he got us all out of the bus, and then he says, "Here comes one," and we're afraid of the moose, and he's just joking. But things like that, the stewards really are one of the gems of the Songscapes experiences.
And here we are in a room full of stewards.
Yeah.
So your role when there are artists that come to the parks for your work is critical. A lot of times I think that for those of us for all of us who've worked in public lands, sometimes our job is to help people see what's right in front of them. Things like learning to look at the ocean and being able to identify a whale breaking the surface. It's not something that necessarily comes naturally. And for those of us who spend a lot of time in public lands, it's interesting to me how we teach ourselves to see. And I think of it as what animals do all the time, which is image searching, right? A hawk flying over a field isn't looking for a mouse. It's looking for a signal like, oh, there might be a mouse over in that grassland, and they start going closer, and then they see a trail, and they look closer at the trail, and it's a series of steps that happen very quickly. But it's something that we learn how to do when we are out in nature, and certainly our indigenous friends who are here also joining us today know a lot about that, because it's really watching the world that teaches us so much about the world. And it's just wonderful that it's those sorts of experiences that can be translated literally into music. So Betsy and Harrison, thank you so much for the work you do. It makes a difference, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
And now we're going to be joined by Kumeyaay bird dancers, or bird singers. And come on up. And we'll begin first with the singing and dancing, and then we'll talk a little bit about this afterward. But while they're coming up, I will say that cultures around the world use music for many things, certainly for ceremony, for saying goodbye to loved ones, of celebrations, and across the world, the way that music is used is really astonishing. In Australia, for example, the Aboriginal people have a type of music that they call songlines. And songlines are actually songs that are taught while you're growing up, and they're literally maps of Australia. So when you learn these songs, you can sing your way across the landscape in parts of Australia. And so with that, the Kumeyaay singers.
Ayo ho lo punyaw nyaw ha peyo. Ayo ho lo punyaw nyaw ha peyo. Ayo ho lo punyaw nyaw ha peyo. Ayo ho lo punyaw ayo holo, kunyawe nyawe hapeyo, 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 ayo holo, kunyawe nyawe hapeyo. Te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai mangam. Te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai mangam. Te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai mangam. Te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai mangam. Te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai manga. Purush pai vihat papa wama, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai manga. Purush pai vihat papa wama, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai manga, te nai ma, te nai ma, te nai manga. Urut pai vihat papa wama, te nai manga. Ayo holy mahai patamaleyo, 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 ayo holy mahai patamaleyo. Ayo holy mahai patamaleyo, ayo holy mahai patamaleyo, ayo holy mahai patamale, tamale, tamaleyo, ayo holy mahai patamaleyo, ayo holy mahai patamaleyo, ayo holy mahai patamaleyo. Ayo holy mahai patamale, tamale, tamaleo. Ayo holy mahai patamaleyo. 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 Ayo holy mahai patamale, tamale, tamaleo. Ayo holy mahai patamaleyo. Ishakwalato meyo, ishakwalato meyo. I am hey, Ishakwalato meyo, ishakwalato meyo. I am Ishakwalato meyo, ishakwalato meyo. I am Chocolate mayo, chocolate mayo, why a me, why a me, why a me, why a mayo, chocolate mayo, chocolate mayo, why a me, why a me, why a mayo, chocolate mayo. Hey, chocolate mayo, why a me, why a me, why a me, why a mayo, chocolate mayo. Yum.
Just make sure your mic is on. You're ready. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Earlier we were talking about the role of music in traditional tribes in California. And I did mention to them that in 1986, when my father passed away, I was working in Point Reyes National Seashore. And the Kashayapomo elders called me the day after my dad died. And they held a mourning ceremony for my father in the roundhouse. And one of the things that I will long remember is there is a foot drum that's often made by tribal members, and it's of a half a log that's half buried in the dirt. And when people are singing and dancing, there's a beat that's kept on that foot drum. And after a few hours of being in there with everyone singing in the middle of the night, it literally felt like we were in a chest and there was a heart beating in the midst of us. I've had the privilege of witnessing ceremony with tribes across California, and it's always a profound and transformative experience. And so I'd like for you to talk with us about the work with your tribe and introduce each of yourselves as you go and talk about the work of music with the Kumeyaay.
Well, hello everybody. Jamie Winichihi, Sikwama Kopai, Inya Kwitai, Turchech. I serve as 1-3 council members for the Sikwama Band of the Kumeyaay Nation. I'm also the president of our Kumeyaay Community College, vice chairman of our Kumeyaay Degano Land Conservancies. I also sit on the board of our Kumeyaay Heritage Preservation Committee and also our Kumeyaay Cultural Repatriation Committee also. I'll allow my brother Blue to introduce himself before we start sharing about these songs and the environment. Thank you.
My name is Blue Eagle Vigil from the Viejas Band.
Hauka Menuea Enyaj Lovely Eagle Plume Vigil Nuwichihi Matarawa Matmaikapai. Hello, I'm Lovely Vigil and I am from Viejas Indian Reservation. Thank you.
I'd like to share a little bit about the songs that we just sang and how they came to us. As Armando was saying, he got to experience something when you lost someone, right? It was a ceremony. Well, that's how we got these songs too. There was a time in the beginning, there was a discussion by our animals, and there was a decision to be made for our people. Was there going to be immortality, mortality, or mortality and come back to life? So the animals, though, they all got together and they shared, they decided that mortality would be the way that the human would exist in this world. So at that time, there was two creators, and they both come from the ocean, Yokamut Tuchapai. So the water is so important to us for the indigenous people, the environment. So there was a ceremony we had. Tuchapai decided to give his life up for this ceremony. But there was no songs yet. There was no knowledge yet of how this was going to be carried for our people. So there's a man that was sent down from the mountains, and he came down to the, what they call Hasit, the wick, the water, salt waters to the west here. And he asked the creator for this knowledge. So the creator told this man to go back to your village and build us a large awakwatai, that's a big home, and I'll be there in 3 days. So he went back home to his people, instructed his people, that's what I was told by our creator, to build this large home. So the people did that, and sure enough, in 3 days, the people witnessed this large snake that was coming to their village. It was a rattlesnake. And those diamonds that you see, those are spots of repositories. Those are what was carrying our language and our songs, the equinoxes, the solstices, right? The mountains have all that energy, the medicine, the plant, the medicinal, all those beautiful things were coming to our people. So when the snake started crawling into this home, it was so large and so long that it got tired, so it took a break. The people were watching, and it started crawling some more, took another break, the people were watching. And it started crawling again. We don't know who did it, but a man hit this home with fire. Alcatul hit it with fire, and the home caught on fire, so did the snake. And when the snake caught on fire, it unraveled and exploded into the skies above us, and we swallowed that flesh. And that flesh is what gave us our language and our songs. What we sing today, they're called to cook. They're one of several songs that we had at that time. Some we've lost, but we were able to maintain this version of the ceremonial songs. But he also gave us knowledge to know how to know what plants he used for medicinal, diet, and tool use. Like I said, knowing how to read the universe, the stars in the skies, when to plant seeds, when to harvest them. But most importantly, the instructions from the Creator was to share this knowledge. You see, the regions or the environments were different from the ocean to the desert and to the mountains and vice versa. He wanted us to share this because it wasn't meant to belong to that one person or that one home. And the reason why it exploded because it sent this knowledge throughout the 4 directions. We call them Makatutum, Makawakam, Ma'awikam, and Ma'inyakam. That is your north, south, and east and west. And that's why for the indigenous people, we always recognize our indigenous lands as being Turtle Island. So what we do today represents all of us. And I wondered why. Why did the Creator give it to us, the human being? Because he could have gave it to the animals or to the stars, to the rocks, gave it to the mountains. But even though they do have their power, they do have their energy, he gave it to the human beings because he trusted us. He believed that we were going to do good things, that we were going to conduct ourselves in a good way, that we were going to share this knowledge. And then the colonization hit us and we forgot what that meant, right? Recently, we just did these interviews and my sister was talking about how we were poor when we were children growing up, but we're really happy. And I always wondered why. I wondered what made us so happy. And I went home and I prayed on that. And I realized it's because we had our home. You see, we had this thing called a cattle guard. When we were on this side in society, we were lost. When we crossed it back over and we were back home, we were free again. It felt like true freedom. But the reason why we were happy is because we were running through the fields, through the trails. We were brushing along the brushes. We were playing in the creek beds when they were flowing with water or whether they were dry, climbing the mountains, experiencing the canyons that were up there. And when we were doing this with the Creator, with the ancestors, were able to bless me just recently, I was praying on this, was that they were happy because we were happy. You see, when we were out there laughing and smiling and creating friendships, we were blessing the environment. The environment has voices too. We're created equal. We are not above the plants or the animals. We are just equal to them. And they're equal to us too. And back before, a long time ago at the beginning, we had these conversations with them. We were able to speak to them. Like all of you, I'm sure, believe too, like Armando was sharing about the universe, and I was talking to Megan and other people, and I'm really, really happy to be here today. But they were blessing us back, and that's why we're so happy, because while we're out there, without even realizing it, they were blessing it with the medicinal values that they had, right? And I just wanted to share that, and these songs come from that. They come from that environment. When we're singing, when we're rotating that gourd, we're called chamaz, we are mimicking the universe. We're speaking to it. And as my teacher, I always like to reference to my teachers, Loquant Leroy Elliott, Loquant George Prieto, and Loquant, my mom, Evelyn Mary Piper LeBrake. They were talking about how you can heal yourself. And I believe that. And today, the reason why I want to share their names, I want to make sure that you know that I'm trying to carry their legacies, right? Everything they taught me, I keep warm right here. And you know what this is? This is also an environment too. It holds my heart. And this environment here, my thoughts, my memories, I want to keep that warm too. And that is what Indigenous is all about. That is what land stewardship is all about. It's not just being stewards what's out around you, but what's within you too. That sage that we use to bless the environment around us, it actually grows within us. And a sage spirit once time spoke to me about that. When you light me, remember I have one last purpose. I appreciate the thank yous, the prayer, and the description on why you're using me. But remember, when you light me, I'm going to light the bundle inside you. And the reason I'm sharing that, because he asked me to share this whenever I'm in front of people or whenever I'm sharing with someone, to make sure to let you know you all have that bundle within you too. Thank you, everybody.
A little bit more on the songs that he wanted to talk about and explain. We sing, usually we come to a place and we open up for something, or, you know, give some kumeyaay representation. We always sing 4 songs, and we always sing the beginning. And the beginning is always our ceremony there, talking about when the sun is going down. And that's what the first set of songs, maybe 30 or 40 songs, that's what they're talking about. Enyahap. And it's talking about the sun is going down. And these songs, they're sung throughout all the night. Usually nowadays they're sung for everything, you know, good times, good times, sad times. But most of the times when we sing these songs is when we send our people to the heavens and put them on their journey. But the first song is talking about the Inya, the sun, is telling the people the sun is going down. It's going to get dark. The second song we were talking about is that Hatapa, the coyote. Now the coyote's here. And in the creation story that my brother was sharing, is the coyote came and he wanted to lead the people. And make a long story short, he tried to possess the power of the Creator, but he went about things the wrong way, and he didn't end up being the chief of the people or the leader, because there's a right way to do things in life and there's a wrong way. And so he became this great teacher of showing people what not to do. So the third song is, now we've come to a place where in our song cycle where we built this bridge to where our ancestors are, and now they're going to come here and we're all going to dance together. We called our ancestors. Now they're all here. A lot of times we forget that our connection to our ancestors. And it's really funny, this month, my ancestors did come to me when I needed their help. And it was only because of, you know, my fiance. She told me that, you know, pray to your mom. She's there. She's there. She'll help you. And I was like, you know, why did I think of that? You know, we become so caught up in society and things and fast track and everything that we forget, you know, that our ancestors are there. And that night I went to bed and she came to me and she spoke to me and she hugged me. And before, you know, I was telling her to go help my brother, you know, and at that time then, you know, my fiance was waking me up. What's wrong? What's wrong? I said, my mom was here. You know, she's, oh, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I didn't mean to wake you up. But, you know, I was telling her, you know, to go down there and help my brother. You know, he needs you. And, you know, through ceremony the next day, you know, my brother had been in a 14-day induced coma. And then he started to wake up on his own. And that, you know, reminded me of the power of our prayer and our ancestors, that they're there. And, you know, our ancestors, they don't have to be, you know, the people that came before us too. They're the plants, they're the rocks, they're the trees, they're the rivers, they're the lakes, they're the oceans. It's the sky, it's the ground, you know, it's the air that we breathe, it's everything. But I was going to say the last song we're talking about was talking about the Ishakwala, the mockingbird. And in the story, the mockingbird is weeping because the night is ending. But he's also crying tears of happiness because a new day is starting. And so there's songs in our song cycles that bring everything back to the basics. When you sing them, you know the meanings of them. They'll help center you so you don't get lost in the world that we're living today. And our people knew that. For thousands of years, you're going to need something to keep you centered and on the right track. And that's what these songs have done for me when we sing them.
Thank you so very much. I think that it's now time to say thanks to everybody. Megan, is it all right? Or, yep, because I think the acrobats are ready for us outside. But Megan would like to, pardon me? Pardon me?
I did want to just share a couple of words.
Oh, okay, sorry.
In our languages, Helka is one of them, and at the beginning, it means may your spirit burn bright. And we were hoping, me and my brother Blue were talking, and his daughter, and we're just hoping that whatever we share with you, it means something, because you mean something to us. What I see right here in front of me is collaboration, right? A collective, people who think just like we do. And for me, I was always told to extend your perimeter, because there's people out there who believe just like you. They have the love for the land like you do. And I hope that we could do something together as we maybe build our college together, or get some land protected for us, because 3030, there's land out there by the ocean that we need back under our stewardship, so we can provide our sacred ceremonies. You see, everything we're sharing comes from that ocean. The creation started from that ocean. But yet here we are, the first indigenous people of this land here, and we're still struggling. We're still fighting, and we're still trying to get people just to understand why it's important. Because it's the immersion of all the cultures in this room that's going to bring us up. Remember, the Creator gave us this ability. He said to share it. So it's all there. The metaphors in the songs that my brother was talking about, all those things. So in my language, I want to close it with this. Inyayim kwachan mayem. Iyecha means thank you, but Inyayim kwachan mayem, it's deeper. It comes from the roots of who you are as a culture. But what I'm saying is, from the deepest wells of my heart, I want to share my utmost gratitude for allowing me to be in your environment. So Armando, thank you. Megan and Geneva, if you're out there, thank you very much. You're really kind on the back and forth conversation. So, Inyayim kwachan mayem.
So I just wanted to say thank you so much. It was such an honor to close the summit with you and the wisdom. We opened the summit with an Indigenous welcome. It's been throughout the day, and we have so much to learn, and we see 30 by 30 as one way to do that and to start making that healing. So incredible thanks. Can we please give one more round of applause to this? So with that, ladies and gentlemen, got me very emotional over here, you guys. The 30 by 30 Summit has now wrapped up with that beautiful closing.